Hey, everybody. Welcome. We have so many exciting things to talk about today. Hello, double-eyed Elvis. Welcome. So good to see you. So first, I have real internet now, so no more disconnecting, hopefully. It was set up today, which is exciting, and the internet's already so much faster. I'm so excited about it. And I'm even more excited because the article that we've been reading from, the really long one about the standard operating procedures, Becca Barlow cited that in her motion for eliminate for Riley Nolan to use the terms touch and contact DNA. Oh, thank you, devil-eyed Elvis. I got the net sorted. I love it. So this was the article that we were looking at. It's called Forensic Interpretation and Human Factors Involving Practice Through a Systems Approach. And so the system approach means that DNA interpretation is more than just looking down a microscope and then, inputting data into a software and looking at the output of the data to determine if there's a match or not. That is not the only thing. It's a whole entire process where these labs have to have internal quality control validations. They have to keep current. There's bodies, other bodies and entities that keep track of what are the standard procedures, and they need to make sure that their methods continue to produce accurate results, accurate information. They have, because like we were reading in the silo, that story that was in this article here about one of these labs in Queensland, Australia, and they named it the silo effect. And in the silo effect, the system that they were using to interpret the DNA it was broken down, and they had all these different departments doing things that they weren't communicating, and they realized quickly that that was not producing accurate results, and it was running risks to the accurate results, their business. There's a lot of things that go into the standard operating procedures. And so I'm just going to go through and read it, and I am so excited that we already have a preview of what Becca Barlow was talking about. And I've been waiting for the scathing DNA motion, and it is here, finally. And this is very exciting. Let's see, make this big enough. Oh, maybe it's too big. Yoli, welcome. That's okay if you can't chat. I'm happy you're here. Aw, so good to see you. So this is, and I know that a lot of you have heard it, and I've listened to quite a few people read this, but it's different every time. Like, I pick up more and more the more I hear it, and now I'm going to read through it again, and I know I'm going to pick up on some more things. And so we're going to start with motion eliminate number 6 regarding Riley Nolan and reference to quote-unquote touch and quote-unquote contact DNA. It says, comes now Bryce E. Koberger, vying through his attorney of record and pursuant to the Idaho Rules of Evidence, moves this honorable court for an order in limine excluding the testimony of Riley Nolan and any testimony, 1, referencing the terms touch or contact DNA, or 2, purporting to be an opinion of the means and mechanisms for DNA being placed on the sheath by any witness called to testify about DNA. Both the term touch and contact DNA or any opinion regarding how, we've been talking a lot about this how question, DNA ends up on an item is misleading, and that it assumes facts that must be proven. It would be confusing to the jury and a waste of substantial time in debunking the testimony of an expert that is outside the purview of the field of expertise and qualifications. We were talking about this too, because in that article, well, actually, it was a article that Tara had given me. I wish I should have brought that up. Oh, welcome, circus music, where the Australian court system, they have already been introduced to the how and the why questions and the activity level, and they're starting to limit that. They're starting to translate what it means, what the trace and transfer means within the court system. And, it's still new there too, but this one judge, and I don't know if this is the exception to the rule or if judges there just have a basic idea of what trace, transfer, touch DNA is, but there was a judge who stopped a witness, an expert witness in trace, transfer DNA, and he said, I want to limit the scope of your testimony to your expertise because the how and the why questions are something else entirely that is not in the scope of whatever witness was on the stand. And that was just so intuitive. That shows a level of knowledge or awareness that is just, it's beyond. And these are the things that there's a field, a scientific field out there that does not have any experts in it. There isn't any technology that can infer or suggest or calculate the how and the when transfer trace DNA arrives on an object. And so what Becca Barlow is stating here, Riley Nolan must too, and I think she says later in the article that it is based on Riley Nolan's education and expertise that, or expert experience, that it was direct transfer. However, there is no scientific equation, no scientific softwares or technology that can tell anyone how and when trace transfer DNA arrives on an object. These are new concepts, and in the articles that I was reading about, they're written in Australia and they have case law on this now, but there has to be some sort of linking evidence because of the nature of the trace transfer DNA and how it's just unknown, that we can't know when or how it arrives on an object unless we're shown, unless we can visually see someone holding something. Even then, if we see someone holding something, there's no way to know whether that DNA profile was there previous to whoever's holding it. We currently do not have technology for this. Oh, Miss Pats, welcome. It's so good to see you. And so this is what Becca Barlow is talking about right here, that it is misleading and it assumes facts that must be proven. The state does not have any facts to show that the sheath was touched by anyone, really. And they don't have any information of when any DNA arrived or how it arrived on the sheath, the movable object. So any expert testimony will mislead a jury. And that's what she's saying here. And then she's also saying, it's going to take me a while on cross-examination to debunk all of that misleading information. And so we'll pick up here where it says, or I'll repeat it again. Both the term touch and contact DNA or any opinion regarding how DNA ends up on an item is misleading. in that it assumes facts that must be proven, would be confusing to a jury, and waste substantial time in debunking the testimony of an expert that is outside the purview of the field expertise and qualifications. Like I was saying, there really isn't any qualifications or expertise in the field of how and when. So, furthermore, the opinions of this expert has not been disclosed to Mr. Kohlberger. As set forth below, the how and the when of the DNA arrives on the object cannot be scientifically determined and is not the proper subject of expert testimony. Oh my gosh, we've been talking about this for a week now, that the how and the when are crucial when talking about the trace and the transfer DNA. They are fundamental principles that go along with that type of DNA and that type of emerging technology. So the use of this language confuses and misleads the finder of fact and is barred by the rules of 402, 403, as well as due process, in that the evidence is overly prejudicial. The erroneous admission of irrelevant and prejudicial evidence will offend due process when it renders a trial fundamentally unfair. And then she referenced Estelle versus McGuire. So I have always been of the opinion that the term trace, touch DNA, is prejudicial to the defendant because it really does tell a story in the jury's mind. It really does paint a picture. The defendant touched a key piece of evidence, and the science behind trace transfer DNA isn't there. It's not there to make or substantiate a claim like that. I was told that a phrase "touch DNA" was created by a prosecutor to persuade the jury that the defendant touched a key piece of item. I think it's such a prejudicial phrase that it should not be allowed to be used in the courtroom. And I'm so happy that Becca Barlow is picking up on this. And I want to find out for this, but if can a motion in limine be considered case law? Because if it can't be, this motion in limine right here will make this case a landmark case in the field of trace transfer DNA. This motion in limine right here completely changes the landscape of trace transfer DNA and how our U.S. legal system will view DNA going forward. This is a game changer because she put in here the how and the when, which establishes activity level, which is what Europe and Australia are already starting to do. Like, we might be witnessing like history in the making here. And this is such an exciting moment because college, a couple of decades ago when I was in college, I was fascinated by this transferred DNA. And of course, I took a lot of science classes. I took a lot of management and business courses because health systems management is the study of systems. And so when I'm reading about these systems, these standards of procedure, that's what I'm doing all day, is analyzing how these systems work, especially in like a healthcare setting. And I know that science labs where they do DNA testing isn't quite healthcare, but it kind of is in a way. And so these internal procedures that these labs have are almost more important than actually looking at the genetic material or the software that has you put input and you receive output, aka how somebody is able to rely on information to say a DNA profile is a match. And so, I know that I've learned so much in a short amount of time when it came to this case, because I already had my small body of knowledge when I got here. And then I noticed throughout true crime, people weren't really understanding what this trace transfer DNA was. And I felt, like a call to action. And I wanted to give people the information that I have. And, I can read scholarly journals. So I wanted to be able to do that, break it down as best I can, so that anybody who is interested, they have the same information I do. And they can see exactly what I'm looking at, because I always put the links down in the description, or anytime I'm saying something, I always get the links. So if you're interested, you can take a look too. And it was so needed, because this is very dangerous, this trace transfer. I always felt that way. And then when I was first exposed to it, I was like, this changes a lot. Like, at any time I had free time, I would look up a DNA article, or, like when I open my Google, there's always some like news articles that pop up that are like below my search bar. And there's either DNA or dogs that are in those articles. So yeah, I've been reading about it. We had a really cool conversation. I think it was 2 lives ago, where we were talking about ghost DNA. That fascinates me as well. Ghost DNA just sounds like a really cool name as well. And to been able to be exposed to trace transfer DNA decades ago, and kind of understanding how dangerous this is, and then being here in this moment with all of you and learning along with all of you, because I'm still learning about DNA. I'm just reading and understanding and sharing, and it's been amazing. And you guys teach me so much, because it sticks better, and you alert me to things that I may not have thought of. Oh, here, Ms. Potts says, the procedures and protocols are imperative, especially when the lab workers are not following them. Exactly. And also it runs the risk of contamination. And just think about it. One small thing, or even one piece of dust or a crumb, can set off a catastrophic ripple effect. And the results can slightly skew over time. And that is what these internal procedures are for, to keep a control on that, so that results remain accurate. Because it's a delicate balance. It could be thrown off for any little thing. Anyway, I'm just so excited. I'm so excited I can't even read the argument. The motion. All right, so here are the relevant facts. A knife sheath was recovered, tucked under the covers next to Miss Mogan at 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, on November 13th, 2022. Oh, wait, look, there's a number 2 here. 2. And I'm going to go to this footnote at number 2. The exact location of the sheath is unclear in both photographs of the room and in the written description of its location. That right there is going to be a big problem for the state, because even in the way the state writes about the sheath, no one can agree on where it was. Nobody can really agree on who found it. Payne says he saw it on a body cam, or he saw it at the door, like looking into the door. Was it Flaker said that ISP alerted him, and what Payne said it was on the right side, and then a little later, was it the state that said it was like in the middle, but some of it is tucked under covers. And this is very telling right here that, Becca and they looked at photographs, and they can't see where the sheath originated from. Where is the exact location of that? I mean, gosh, you're talking about a movable object, this trace transfer, and they can't even pinpoint the exact location where it was originally found, or if it was moved, because it sounds like it's in different places and different photographs or locations. Have they documented the different locations where it was? So not only they may not know where it originally was, they may not even know the locations that it may have been in, other than where it should have been. Okay, so the sheath was tested using standard DNA STR methods by Idaho State Police ISP lab. Now, it's my understanding that trace transfer DNA is degraded. So anytime there's a degraded sample, I thought that meant it's a partial STR. And when you have a partial STR, that's going to match a lot more people than a fuller profile. Because it's like you can have a group of people, and if you all test their DNA, maybe a group of them have 12% of their DNA that's similar. That's a partial. So you're going to get a lot of people that share these percentages, and you wouldn't necessarily be able to identify anybody further because all these people are matching this little bit that you have. So it says item Q1.1, and that has a little 3. So let's go down to the footnotes down here to number 3. It says, while item Q1.1 was tested for DNA, it was never subjected to standard biological testing for presence of blood or saliva. What? Because I thought Q1.1 was the DNA found in the sheath. I could be wrong about that, but if the DNA from the sheath was never subjected to standard biological testing for presence of blood or saliva, that's not right. Like, that's what you do first. And see, this is why the standards of protocol are important, because the standards of procedure, they would be written in a document, and they would explain that this is what the lab does. This is what they typically do. The lab typically does test for the presence of blood, sweat, semen, or saliva first. And then maybe if they can't find those bodily fluids on whatever object they're looking at, then they might be able to go to the trace transfer. But that's further down the line. And I don't know. Guys, is Q1.1 the sheath? Because that's outrageous. Why would they test the sheath for saliva, Miss Potts asks. I like, in my opinion, if, the attack is happening, we're spewing water droplets every time we speak or we breathe with our mouth open. And so there could have been saliva droplets. That's my understanding. And that would have a lot more genetic information in it than a trace transfer DNA profile. Okay, so Ms. Potts says Q1.1 is allegedly BK's profile. Isn't that interesting? If this footnote number 3 is true, and the ISP, MPD, FBI never tested. Oh, wait, no, they never tested the actual profile. Excuse me, guys. Maybe I have that backwards. Okay, so Q1.1, a swab from the sheath resulted in a single source male profile. This profile was uploaded to the CODIS DNA database. All right, let's see number 4. Number 4, the footnote says, the other 2 male profiles identified in the ISP lab reports as unknown B and unknown D were never run through CODIS or subjected to IgG testing. The defense has never received an explanation as to why These two profiles were not further investigated. Awesome. All right, so I got this mixed up. For number 3, it sounds like they didn't test the DNA sample, Q1.1, for standard biological testing for the presence of blood or saliva. It was the DNA sample that wasn't tested for blood or saliva. Okay, so the profile was uploaded to CODIS DNA database and resulted in no hits to known offenders. In its disclosures, the government had indicated that Riley Nolan from the ISP lab will testify as follows. Ms. Nolan will also testify to touch DNA and transfer DNA. Specifically, Nolan will testify to the characteristics and nature of touch DNA, including how it is deposited and transferred to an item of evidence, the methods used to collect and preserve touch DNA samples from items of evidence, the procedures and protocols used by forensic scientists to extract and analyze touch DNA, the manner in which results from touch DNA samples are interpreted, and the reliability of touch DNA analysis and its acceptability in the field of forensic science. Nolan will also testify to the potential for DNA to transfer between an individual and objects, including the distinction between primary and secondary transfer and the factors influencing the likelihood of transfer. Okay, so something here is number 5. Let's go down to the number 5 footnote. The government has not indicated what her opinion on any of these matters is, leaving the defense as substantially disadvantaged to properly challenging the testimony, other than in a general way. If the court is inclined to deny this motion, Mr. Koberger would ask for the court to hold an evidentiary hearing to explore Ms. Nolan's potential testimony in this regard. So on February 25th, 2025, all right, I'm back up into the main document now. We just read the footnote for number 5. On February 17th, 2025, the state produced a second round of disclosures, including one from Riley Nolan, Exhibit S11. As with the first disclosure, the focus of this second disclosure is touch contact DNA and direct versus indirect. Although conceding that currently DNA technology cannot conclusively answer the question, the state offers the following opinion. Many complicated factors can influence the likelihood of transfer of DNA and the persistence of the DNA transferred after disposition. Current DNA technology cannot conclusively answer the question of when DNA was deposited on an item or by what mechanism, i.e., direct or indirect. It is possible that DNA detected on M20224843, item 1.1, resulted from secondary transfer. However, based on Nolan's training and experience, it is her opinion given that the quality of DNA detected on M20224843, item 1.1, 0.168 ng, and given the DNA profile obtained as single source, it is more likely the result of direct transfer. She has no information to base that on. because you can't really tell by the amount of genetic material you find how long it's been there. I have read scholarly journals that are dated 2024, and they're just getting into that. They're just trying to study if they can figure that out. So that is even more science that hasn't even got off the ground yet. And with shutter status, was that gross story about the cab driver that was like the worst shredder in the world? Like, he just sloughed off skin everywhere. So yeah, so depending on your shutter status, you could leave more trace transfer DNA anywhere than, say, another person. Another person could be in the area for a longer period of time, but they're not necessarily a shutter, so they're not going to get as much trace transfer everywhere. So for Riley Nolan whatever she's basing that opinion off of, what information are you using to support that statement? And I think this is what Becca Barlow is getting at here. Plus, Becca Barlow did say there is no technology that can tell when or how transferred DNA ended up on an object. So Riley Nolan isn't relying on technology. She really can't rely on the amount that was found. What is it, Riley? And if Riley continues with testimony like this, it will most certainly confuse a jury. No questions about that. Absolutely. Oh, Miss Potts says, isn't it somewhere in these stocks the back of the sheath was swabbed and found to have mixed blood sample? Yeah, yes. Miss Potts says, well, Payne told us they weren't pursued because they had Koberger's name already. Yeah, there's the blood DNA evidence found at the scene. I feel like that would be also documented in standard operating procedures, that law enforcement would start with blood DNA evidence and then work their way out from there: blood, sweat, saliva, semen, and that the trace transfer probably wouldn't have even come up because they would have kept going in the direction of the identification of the blood DNA evidence. And so even those officers, I feel like, are going against their training and the operating procedures for them. Miss Pat says, where the hell is Twiz and Kane? Kane has a new pet named Shredder, unrelated to DNA shredding. He's more related to Mutant Ninja Turtles. All right, so argument. A, introduction to the concept of touch DNA and transfer opinions. The terms touch and contact DNA came into use as the forensic community shifted from the testing of obvious identifiable stains such as blood or semen to samples that cannot be identified via a biological test based on the increasing sensitivity of DNA tests. Samples such as swabs from steering wheels of a carjacked vehicle or window jams in a burglary were collected and tested on the theory that a person would have in contact with an object and left DNA behind in the form of skin or other cells, hence the term touch or contact. The forensic community began to conduct research into the question of how DNA in the form of biological material moves in the environment, and this research led to the conclusion that it is impossible to determine how a particular deposit of DNA came to be on an object. All right, we gotta read that one more time. This is a really long sentence here. Hence, the terms touch or contact. the forensic community began to conduct research into the question of how DNA in the form of biological materials moves in the environment. This research led to the conclusion that it is impossible to determine a particular deposit of DNA came to be on an object. This is landmark here. So I'm not really familiar with other cases out there that go into DNA this much. If there's any defense attorneys out there, you're going to want to save this document, and you're going to want to reference it, and you're going to want to cite it, and all the information you need is here. This is important stuff. It's life-changing stuff. So, okay. In 2013, an article which reviewed the state of the research that at the time made the following conclusions. Full DNA profiles can be recovered from items that have not been touched, but have been in the vicinity of someone speaking or coughing. Yeah, droplets. It is not impossible to establish from the amount of DNA recovered from a surface whether the DNA was deposited there by a single touch or regular use. It is not possible to use the amount of DNA recovered from an item of interest to inform whether the DNA was deposited by direct contact or indirect transfer. It is impossible to know from the quality of a DNA profile obtained whether the DNA was deposited by direct contact or indirect transfer. The first thing I think of right here at the first bullet, the full DNA profiles can be recovered from items that have not been touched, but have been in the vicinity of someone speaking or coughing. That's your DNA in the air. There is DNA droplets in the air, and scientists can pull that out. And I was reading an article where there were these biologists, and they were, was it in Alaska maybe? I forget where they were, but they were doing some work. I think there was a zoo, and they were doing some work about pulling the animal DNA out of the air because they were looking for like extinct animals DNA. I think at one point they may have been looking for like saber-tooth tiger DNA. Just the scientists have fun. Just test in the air to find out what DNA is on there, and I think they were finding that in some pens, I don't know if it was like a penguin pen, I don't know, some other pen, they weren't even working over there. And they found some of the things that they needed over there. And they also were finding that there was so much human DNA in the air that it was like clogging down their work. They're like, get this human stuff out of here. Like, we have reports to write. It's like ruining our reports. So they noticed that there were things in the air where they weren't studying over there. And that there's so much human DNA in the air, like it's annoying for them to work around it. And so this article in 2013, I don't know if it was known at the time in 2013, if the DNA can be sourced from the air, but this is definitely right here what they're referencing when they say that. Full DNA profiles can be recovered from items that have not been touched, but have been in the vicinity of someone speaking or coughing. So the droplets may have been in the air at one point, and then they may have landed on a surface, but there are also droplets that just stay in the air. Okay, so now she's going to cite a paper. G. Meakin, Jameson, DNA transfer, a review and implications for casework. Forensic science. All right. Oh, is that the same paper? Or yeah. Like, there's MLA format and there's APA format. So yeah, it's just a citation. Okay, so the authors introduced the concept of trace DNA defined DNA that cannot yet be attributed to an identifiable body fluid. I'll read it again. Authors introduced the concept of trace DNA defined DNA that cannot be attributed to an identifiable body fluid. Isn't that interesting? Because I was always taught that, well, yeah, but trace transfer of skin cells are like a sludge of like body stuff, which would make sense because if it's like a sludge of like bodily material, like they can't really tell if it originated from blood, sweat, semen, saliva. It's just bleh. So okay, that makes sense to me right here. They can't identify the trace amounts. It's so small and sludgy. All right. The authors rejected the term touch DNA as misleading. Such a term infers that the DNA recovered from a surface got there via the surface being touched. But this is usually not known. Exactly. It is not known because there's no way to know when DNA arrived, especially these trace amounts. I mean, the only way you would have to be like omnipresent. Nobody's omnipresent. So like, all right. This review was followed by a similar review article by a different group of scientists 6 years later, which reached similar conclusions. Appropriately trained forensic practitioners are best placed to provide opinion and guidance on the interpretation of profiles at activity level. Oh my God, we were talking all about activity level. It's just like one of the most crucial things. Awesome. So, okay, this is landmark, guys. We have the words activity level, the how and the when in the United States legal system. They're in there. This changes everything that these concepts have now been introduced. Oh my God. Okay. Appropriately trained forensic practitioners are best placed to provide opinion and guidance on the interpretation of profiles at the activity level. However, those requested to provide expert opinion on DNA-related activity level issues are often insufficiently trained to do so. So this is exactly what I was talking about. There are no experts able to sufficiently testify to how and when touch trace DNA arrived on an object or a surface. There is no known technology that can help support or suggest or theorize how this happens. And you can't see it by the naked eye because nobody, like, you can't see trace transfer DNA move with your naked eye, and you can't really tell when you're, doing those manual comparisons. You wouldn't be able to tell when and how a trace transfer DNA profile became present. So this is true. However, those requested to provide expert opinion on DNA-related activity level issues are often insufficiently trained to do so. We advocate recognition of DNA activity associated expertise to be distinct from expertise associated with the identification of individuals. Because, yes, the question of identity has been used for courts for decades now, and that has been relied on, and in some cases, yes, for good reason. But science has moved beyond the question of identity. The courts will now be starting to ask the how and the when questions because of this motion. Right? Like, if I was an attorney and I needed to cite some awesome DNA casework right here, And also all the articles are in here, and the case law that Becca's relying on is in here. All right, this is to be supported by dedicated training, competency testing, authorization, and regular fit for purpose proficiency testing. There's no standard operation procedures for any type of system or any type of system that is influenced by another system for these how and these why questions. It's just not there. It's kind of like that ghost DNA. We know the concept of how and why is there, but we don't have much information on it. Because ghost DNA is like, what was it? The Denisovans. I don't know if they cracked their genome. We do know that they cracked the Neanderthal genome, and scientists can see that they have ancient ancestors where they have DNA, but we don't have any information about them other than the genes that the Denisovans or the Neanderthals have inherited, because there isn't an archaeological. There's no bones. There's nothing. There's no physical evidence for that, but we can see the genes, that are different from what they're looking at, so they can exclude those and say, well, this is obviously something else here. So yeah, we're aware of these how and the when, but there's no structure or system to it. Look, she references the Godfather DNA right here, Orshat. I see his name on almost every DNA article I read. Yeah, and I think, isn't he the guy who invented or discovered DNA for the first time? Oh, I gotta take a moment. You guys are in here. Hold on, guys. Welcome, Danger Zone. Good to see you. Shredder, right, Danger? Toes, good to see you. Toes says, exactly, like who searches for invisible DNA cells first? Exactly. That's a great way to say it, too. Miss Potts is drinking some tea. Oh, I see Too Fast for Flea's best name in here. Welcome. wait. So it says, and that's Alaska, where the whole state population is 3. I know, right? Who lives in Alaska? It's so hard to live there. Justice, welcome. Make P, welcome. Sharon, welcome. Twist, good to see you. Hi, Preston. Mommy Bar, hello. None your business. Welcome, Nanya. That's so funny. Okay, I think I said hi to all you guys. All right, let's get back to this. So here's the godfather of DNA, Mr. Orshat. Okay, so this is a paper written by him. DNA Transfer in Forensic Science, a review. Okay, emphasis added for this one. The term activity level, dun, 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 refers to the question of the when and the how. Oh my God, it's here. Oh, this is so good. The when and how of what happened. Such how did the DNA come to be on an object and how long it has been there. Oh, look, we got a number 6. Let's go to the number 6 footnote. Number 6. Gill et al. Assessing the value of forensic evidence guidelines, highlighting the importance of propositions. Propositions! We learned about those. They're like basic principles. I could show you those graphs again. Those graphs are pretty cool. And they help me figure it out. Part 1, evaluation of DNA profile comparisons, subsource propositions. Yeah, we did that. All right, so she's only going into further detail where she's citing this information, which is great because it's here for all the defense attorneys to cite this case and what Bika is talking about here. It's awesome. All right. Examples of indirect transfer of what might be categorized as touch or contact DNA are numerous and are summarized in the 2 review articles described above. Van Oorschot et al. Discussed the use of the term touch DNA as one that can be misleading as it implies a specific mode of action and, to some degree, also a type of biological source. Wow. See, that is what makes that complicated because touch is not a biological source and it's a misleading mode of action, mode of transportation, or, the end result of the action. So this term right here, touch DNA, could not be more wrong to describe what trace transfer is. Wow, that's really cool that he is comparing these 2 concepts and how both of these are misleading. It implies the wrong thing. So using a less descriptive term such as trace DNA, it is a more appropriate term to be used in casework when the source and mode of deposition are unknown. There we go. Right there. This is exactly why the term touch DNA should not allowed to be used in courtrooms. For 1, it's incorrect. 2, it misleads the jury and prejudices the defendant. For the reason, the term trace DNA is more appropriate to be used in court work when the source and mode of disposition are unknown. To this day, science all over the world cannot put probability statistics on the how and the when trace transfer DNA arrived on an object. So yeah, this is a very important sentence here. All right. The article is an illustration of how extremely complex the question of how and when is given the identification of a sample that has no biological source, such as blood. This article is an illustration of how extremely complex the question of how and when is given the identification of a sample that has no biological source, such as blood. Now, it has a number 7 here for the footnote, but I believe number 7 down here, it said, she just put something here. The authors cite 298 publication articles in the area of DNA transfer. Okay? Van Oorschot et al. Summarized the routes of transfer considered in the body of research in the illustration below. Oh, we have a graph. Oh, this isn't the clearest thing. I come back and I see this. Wait, what is it? Oh yeah, here we go. I come back and I see Twiz saying, should I change my name to Twiz Fireman Stick? What did I miss over here? Oh, thank you, Danger Zone. Danger Zone says, love your style, Audrey. Making DNA engaging can be a challenge for mere mortals. Oh, I love that. Thank you. Sandra, Welcome. Good to see you. Sandra Gemini. Steve W. Welcome. Okay. Meg P's here. Wait, I think Meg P replied to twist. No twist. No, there's no twist fireman in here. Wait. The twist says, okay, I'm going to the hearing wearing a fireman helmet. I can't even handle you. Oh, Meg P, are there more documents? I can check. Okay, Steve W says, isn't it odd that they are talking about Maddie's fingernails when it's Santa and Kaylee's supposed to have fought back? Yeah. Yeah, you would think there would be more biological material under the fingernails of somebody who is fighting back. But I don't know for sure. And I thought I remembered because there's the Q1.1, which we believe to be Brian's, and then that one I think that you're talking about may not be sure. It's Q1.3, which was a mixture, and I think that was either Brian was excluded or it was inconclusive. I forget. But I don't know why they brought that one up in particular. It's a great question, Steve W. Okay, Miss Potts, thank you. It's Q13.1. All right. Okay. Well, Meg P said there were more documents. So, I think I only saw one. Oh no, there are a few. Look. Order sealing exhibits to state's amended supplemental response. Ordered seal exhibits to second supplemental response. Order sealing defendant's notice of filing signed and notarized affidavit. Order regarding request for leave. All right. For the order sealing exhibits to state's amended supplemental response to request for discovery regarding expert testimony. Based upon state's motion to seal exhibits to state's amended supplemental response to request for discovery regarding expert testimony and no objection from the defense, the court does hereby confirm an order that exhibits S1 through S13 attached to the state's amended supplemental response to request for discovery regarding expert testimony. That's Riley Nolans. Hold on. Are exempt from disclosure and sealed. All right, so look. Exhibits S-1 and S13. Can you all see that? Does that mean wait a minute. Does that mean that the state actually turned over Riley Nolan's testimony? Because I probably got excited for nothing. Because when you come out here and the motion that we're currently reading right now, it has, okay, well, that's exhibit S11. Okay, S21. Okay, Maybe it's not any of this. I thought I saw S13. So these exhibits are not the ones they're talking about. But they are S exhibits. All right. Anyway, I got excited for nothing. Sorry, guys. Oh, I wasn't even on the page, was I? Yeah, let me show you what I mean. Here. All right. Can you guys see this? It says, we read this page just now, page 3. It says Exhibit S11 at 3. On February 17, 2025, the state produced a second round of disclosures, including one from Riley Nolan, and that was Exhibit S11. So I was curious to see if this Exhibit S was for Riley Nolan. It's just S11. Because then when you come back over here to the state of Idaho, oh, yeah. No, I was right. Look, you guys, you see? An order that to the amended supplemental response, exhibits S1 through S13. So whatever happened here, it's in the exhibit. So S11 is in the exhibit. So that means they finally got, I don't know. Anyway, whatever they're talking about over here for S11. Okay. The second supplemental response. Okay, it's just more sealing. Well, they usually seal the exhibits too, right? Oh, welcome, Truth and Justice, True Crime with Anna D. Oh, good to see you. Need some Z's, welcome. Okay, Miss Potts says S11 was one of the state's experts, I think. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Sandra says, in my opinion, wouldn't they all fight back when attacked with a knife? Or were they playing drinking games with zip ties and went into the unaliving? That is a very good question. Because that is very possible too. All right, so let's go back here. We looked at 2 of them. Those are just order sealing. Here's one. Order sealing defendant's notice of filing signed and notarized affidavit. So the defendant is sealing an affidavit, a notarized affidavit. I wonder what that means, other than the sealing. All right. And the last one, regarding request for leave to file amended expert's disclosure. Oh, the state wanted an extension. Yeah, they don't want to give them the, okay. Thank you, Meg P. I think that was all of them. Oh, wait, what is this? Orders order on parties' stipulated agreement about having investigators in the courtroom. Is this new? It's not. Okay. All right, we are back here at this graph. Oh, so this is from one of Orshott's scholarly journals. So it says here, look, we have a graph of pictures. This graph is called Forensic Science International, Genetics 38, 2019. Okay, so this dotted circle represents originating biological material. This solid circle represents transferred biological material. This dotted square represents surface or item. The solid square represents surface item sampled. There's a hand, and the hand represents originating and intermediate surface. Okay, the dotted line equals contact. The line, not equals, I'm sorry, the dotted line represents contact. This solid line represents final contact. And these two arrows pointing right and left, they represent the direction of the transfer. Okay, so in A, we have the dotted circle. So this is the originating biological material. The originating biological material is heading down onto the transferred biological material, which is on the surface item sampled. Okay. B, sorry. A is direct deposit, primary transfer. So for primary transfer, the original biological material is placed on the transferred biological material and the surface item that was sampled, right? Oh, or are they taking off? Okay. And then here's indirect disposition, secondary transfer. So you have the original biological material that's going down on a surface, going down on the transferred biological material on the surface, and then it transfers over to another surface. Okay, so the biological material transfers to one surface for A, and that's direct. B is indirect, which means the biological sample transfers primary, and then it transfers one more time to a different surface. C, indirect disposition multi-step transfer, shown here as primary through quaternary. Oh, I have never heard that word. What, primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary. All right, that's fun. So C is indirect disposition, multi-step transfer. Oh, wow, look how complicated it is. Okay, so you have the original biological material, and that's going to be placed on a surface, but then that same biological material is going to go to another surface, and another surface, and then not until this fourth time is it going here on this solid square, and that's actually what is sampled. So you have all of these other events, these three events, and we don't know the circumstances of this contact for these three events. Law enforcement is only testing this one surface, and they're missing what? 75% of the story of how the biological material that they're referencing got there. So how can you say we're going to identify this person when you're missing at least 75% of the story? That's a lot of the story to miss. And if you're missing 75% of the story, the how and the when, how can you put someone to death for that? Or incarcerate anyone for that? Because there's so many things that can happen. This previous 75% of the life cycle or the path of travel for this original biological material. That's insane. All right, so we have D. This is simultaneous direct and indirect via the hand. Oh, so we haven't even gotten to the human interacting. This is just DNA moving between objects. And now we're where there's objects and human hands. So the original biological material is placed on a surface, and then it's transferred to a hand, and then the final point of contact and where it's sampled is here. But law enforcement who's testing this biological material is originating wherever, or is missing wherever that sample originated, and it's missing all these people it touched in between. And then they're sampling only this sample. Well, you've got this whole story, and how do we know? Like, it's just ridiculous. All right, E, bidirectional transfer. Whoa, bidirectional transfer. The final contact is simultaneous. I'd like to saves time. F, multiple contacts. Yeah, you've got more of the simultaneous stuff right here. Do you see how complicated this web of transferring biological material can be? And so, in F, the original biological material was on this surface, and then it moved to this surface. So this is the surface law enforcement tested, but part of the sample moved on to the next spot it's going to go to, which are on other surfaces that are not going to be tested and may not be known to law enforcement. So the trace transfer DNA that the law enforcement is testing is going to move even after they test it. G is interrupted pathway. So the original biological sample transfers. Some of it goes that way, and some of it moves on. So then they're missing all of this when they finally test. Oh, look. And by the time the sample is done its story, the colors are getting lighter and lighter, so you don't have much left. All right, and this is H is interrupted pathway with recollection, DNA parking. Oh, I've never heard of DNA parking. What is that? So we have this biological sample. This is the first transfer, the second transfer. But when it deviates and goes over here with the interrupted path, both paths lead to the same place. There are so many probabilities. And to think everybody's DNA is simultaneously doing this at the same time. Okay, that was a fun graph. So as you can see, from A all the way down to H, it can get pretty complicated. And when law enforcement is testing these surfaces, they're missing the majority of the information that they need for that sample that they are testing. Is that scary or what? Sandra says, interpretation is key, and with all that biological DNA, not from the same person, right? Danger Zone says it's like parallel parking, but could get you in front of a firing squad, right? Need some Z's says 0.25 ng, or was it 0.025 ng? I am not sure. Oh, David Bird, welcome. David Bird says that this process continues till it hits brass, right? It'll continue till it hits the metals, in particular copper and brass, before it is depleted and killed. No longer in existence. Leah Story. Oh, welcome, Leah Story. Good to see you. Did I miss anyone? All right, Need Some Z says, I really like this diagram to explain this to people who don't understand it by words alone. Some channels should benefit from this. Absolutely, I agree. Yeah, that's a really good diagram. I mean, I'm sure it only gives us a teeny bit of a view of what really happens here. This is just like a little pinhole of what we're actually looking at here, because it's so complex that there's no way we're ever going to be able to see this entire how it works. This is more like physics. It's more like fundamental laws of this realm of like gravity itself. These are principles of our space. They're not really, you can't arrest someone for gravity, can you? Like, this is just very different. This is like a state of being. Our biological material is just a state of being. Because even though it's moving and jumping from surface to surface, it's doing that not in a linear pattern. Where are our physicists? They need to get in there and be like, law enforcement, you're messing with something that is not supposed to be messed with. It's called physics. Right, Danger Zone? Danger Zone says, Your Honor, this is my client, first charge of gravity, and I'll be asking for max leniency, right? That's what that is to me. This is a fundamental element of our universe that is not meant for law enforcement. All right, so we left off on page 6. Oh, this is where it's all good, but this is fun. So despite this wealth of information and scientific study, the authors conclude that more work is necessary and the expertise to offer activity level opinions. The how and when is beyond the expertise of crime lab analysts. Ding, ding, ding. This is far beyond anybody's expertise level. There isn't training in this. There aren't quality assurance. There's no system. There's no system for this. Okay, here we are. So then, in 2024, NIST, the National Institutes of Standards, published a document entitled Forensic DNA Interpretation and Human Factors, Improving Practice Through a Systems Approach. There's a number 8. Let's look at the footnote. We're going to copy. Can I copy this? Oh, I clicked. Oh, it went right to it. Oh. Oh, I clicked on it. It went right to it. You see this? Okay. And then I can't believe it. This is exactly what we were all reading. All right, let me show you. Okay. So, is it this one? you guys. Right here. Isn't that crazy? So we found that, what, 5 days ago. And then I think I have to hit back. All right, so now I'm back in here because I clicked on it and it took me there. So if you were watching like the last 2 or 3 of the lives that we did, we read a lot of that document. Like there's 4 or 5 hours worth of reading that document, which is absolutely amazing that Big O Barlow is citing something that I read, and we're all familiar. That has never happened. Like if I'm reading a court document and it's talking about some science, it's like I'm actually familiar with what she's talking about. That's never happened. That's so cool. And so of all of you. All of you are aware. Okay, so we left off because we had to take a little detour and look at footnote 8. Aw, Sandra says you saved us some time. I love that. All right. This document was the result of extensive work and years of public review. That's also a good point. The reason why we have documents like that, and the reason why there's some sort of standards, is when there's other scholarly journals, and they're talking about whatever they're studying, they have a foundation. They have some sense of a control to be able to do what they do. And it's because of quality control checks that large article that we were reading is able to be put together. I mean, it was using some of the same stuff to be put together that it was talking about. So this document was a result of extensive work and years of public review and comment. The Expert Working Group, EWG, on Human Factors and Forensic DNA Interpretation began work in 2020 with the goal of recommending strategies for improving the production and evaluation and communication of DNA results. The EWG consists of experts in the field of forensic DNA and was subject to repeated rounds of public comment from the greater forensic community. Most notably for this court, the EWG addressed the question of transfer and the ability of experts to proffer opinions. The EWG addressed the following. But a further important question is what activities led to the presence of that DNA. With the increased sensitivity of DNA techniques and sophisticated software, a DNA profile may be developed even when the contributor of that DNA never touched the item or area that was swabbed. Alternatively, a person's DNA may be present when they were not involved in the crime. Oh my God, this is on record in the United States legal system. It's on record now. I really hope that there's other attorneys that can they reference case law that's in the motion in limine. Like, it's on here. This is everything we need to be able to start to implement the regulations needed for trace transfer DNA. This is everything we need to start doing what Europe and Australia has been doing with their legal systems, and to understand that it's no longer, oh, your DNA was found at a crime scene, you probably did it. No, actually that's bad. That's not how it is anymore. I'm going to read that again because this is completely important to change the direction of our U.S. legal system. Alternatively, a person's DNA may be present when they were not involved in the crime. This was written by the forensic science community, our top bodies that regulate the scientific community, the scientists and analysts within that community. This is the best of their best that was put into this long article. And yeah, and here she goes. It was the greater forensic community right here. And so anybody out there that says, oh, DNA was found, DNA is DNA. No. The best of the minds here in the United States has said this, and it is on the court record. Alternatively, a person's DNA may be present when they were not involved in the crime. That is huge. Therefore, considering how or when the DNA may have been deposited or why it was not recovered can be vital and critical. Okay, emphasis added. Absolutely add all the emphasis to that. Accepting ground truth known experiments. There's this thing again, this ground truth. Remember, I was like, I keep seeing this ground truth known phrase, and I don't know. Okay. Accepting ground truth known experiments where an individual is observed to have been in contact with a surface location. It is not possible to know whether the transfer was direct or indirect. The assessment of what is called TPPR. Oh my God, it's here. Transfer, persistence, prevalence, and recovery. Oh my God. Becca Barlow. She needs like a round of applause or something. She has changed everything. And she put it on here in such an organized, hopefully easy to understand way. Yes, danger zone, it is a big win for DNA understanding. Absolutely. Typically unique. Welcome. Good to see you. Twist says, even Zachary Hughes' trial, the jury said the DNA could have gotten there earlier. Wow, a jury said that. That's amazing. Are we still talking about Twist fireman stick? Yeah, it's a big boom. I don't know. Also, this is not only is this huge because DNA has been the misleading gold standard in the legal system, but anytime new technology or new science, it usually takes a really long time to get like translated into the court system, and I don't know if it's usually this thorough. It's like Becca Barlow was made for this case. This is so cool that we're all here to witness this. Meg P asks, weird question, is Becca doing this pro bono? I bet she is. I don't know for sure, but to benefit Brian and not to use the funds, I bet you she would do it pro bono to have those funds go further for other areas of Brian's defense. Because Becca knows that DNA, as we just read, can be present, and the person can also not be involved in the crime at the same time. And so she knows Brian wasn't there, that Brian is completely innocent. And, if I were fighting for truth, I would certainly do that for free too, to free up funds for the other areas where Brian may need funds for his defense. But great question, Meg P. Okay. This is excellent. So the assessment of what is called TPPR, transfer, persistence, relevance, and recovery, is a separate skill distinct from standard DNA profiling and interpretation. Right. Oh, this is a beautiful distinction. I know, like, so we can all read that big, long document and we'll all get different things out of it. And even if I did read this, I see I'm reading it again and I'm picking up something else here. There's another distinction here. And I know these things, remember I was saying these things can sound very similar. They can almost sound like the same thing, but there is a distinction here. So the assessment for transfer, persistence, relevance, and recovery, you know, how long, how it transferred, how long it was there, I guess relevance, and then the recovery of your sample is just as important, because that whole process right there is really important to have accurate results. And it's completely separate from identification, profiling, interpretation. Yeah, I think I know the next thing I'm going to read into, so I can be more aware of this distinction and be able to try to express it. There are not adequate educational opportunities to inform these types of issues within the United States. And there it is. That is why we do not have experts that can speak to this. The system for that has not been developed yet. There's no educational opportunities. There's no form of training. There's no process for it. The EWG concluded that an expert rarely, if ever, has all the information needed to perform a robust, balanced, and transparent evaluation of biological results regarding transfer or specific activities on the witness stand. Yeah, because they're all trained in something else. This is outside their scope. This is a completely different science. It's such a big science. I have trouble explaining. Transfer is a big separate field in itself. It is so robust. That's a great word for it. And even though it might, like I was saying, it might look like the interpretation and profiling that we currently have, they might look similar, but they are different. It's weird that these things that, there might be a reason for that too. Remember I was saying there's those propositions and I was reading them and they kind of sound the same, but they are very different and very important. And that's why. Because it is different. It's the same principle there too. We're having trouble understanding and describing that because even the scientists are just beginning to learn this. And so we don't have a language or any descriptive terms or any processes or any way to organize even the thoughts or be able to explain this other side of forensic science, because it's not there. The EWG concluded that an expert rarely, if ever, has all the information needed to perform a robust, balanced, and transparent evaluation of biological results regarding transfer and or specific activities on the witness stand. The EWG offered proposed responses to the questions of how and when DNA arrived on an object. none of which include a statement of how. Yep. But it's all right. What do we say here? Twin says the Cabarro has to eat too. Okay. All right. Mommy Ball, welcome back. Okay, so Mommy Ball says, back before Google, 1992, my job in college was to go to Med Library and collect peer-written journal articles for the hyperbaric doctors. They never stopped learning. That is a very cool job that you had. Now, when you were collecting them, did you have a way where you had to organize the information to know which ones to collect? Like, were you reading them too? And here, this spot says it. Here it is. Yep. It's exciting, guys. This is history. This is landmark. And we're right here on top of it. All right. So this table, 7.1. Proposed responses to questions about how or when the DNA was deposited. Okay, so example of questions posed by DNA experts. In your opinion, is direct transfer more likely than indirect? Proposed ways for the expert to respond. DNA analysis does not allow a scientist to directly answer how the DNA was deposited. Direct or indirect. The DNA results presented in my report regard the comparison of the DNA profiles and can only help answer questions about whose DNA may be present or not. There it is. The proposed way within the current system for forensic science in a way that training, the education, the ongoing maintenance of that system is to answer the question of identity. Our current system is not calibrated to answer the questions of how and when right now. Okay, so here's the second one under the proposed way an expert would respond to this question. In your opinion, is direct transfer more likely than indirect? Here's the second one. My testimony about the value of DNA comparison is only meaningful to help the jury determine who identity the source of the DNA was. That testimony does not provide information that addresses the issues of how and when. Boom, our system is not set up for that. Okay, this is an example question number 2. Could this alleged activity have happened? Proposed answer. Offering an opinion on this question would amount to speculating on what is alleged. It is not my role as a scientist to speculate about or determine what happened. Okay, this is the example of proposed question. Another one. Is it possible that the DNA deposited when the person of interest engaged in an activity at the scene prior to or after the alleged event? Proposed answer. It is not my role to discuss the possibility of the alleged event or any other event. My expertise is based upon DNA profile comparisons, which can only assist in helping you answer the question about identity, whose DNA is present or not. Identity doesn't determine guilt, and it doesn't determine whether somebody was present or not. All right, here's the second way to answer this question. Agreeing with something that is possible is not the same as offering an opinion about the probability of the results in the context of case-specific circumstances. The next proposed answer is, discussing whether something is possible does not help me convey the significance of the results in context of this case. For example, getting struck by lightning or flipping a coin and getting heads are both possible, but have very different probabilities. Wow. Let me read that again. For example, getting struck by lightning or flipping a coin and getting heads are both possible, but have very different probabilities. Okay. Here's another proposed question. Are there other explanations for the presence or absence of DNA? Here's the proposed answer. It would be inappropriate to speculate for me to discuss why the DNA was not detected. Okay, the next proposed answer to that question. Answering this question would not allow me to convey a balanced assessment of the findings in the context of this case. The next proposed answer. The only way I can evaluate the results is by considering at least two opposing views. The reason why they can't answer these questions is because they're only there to answer identity. And somehow our legal system, somehow it associates identity with an activity, which would be the crime. But now we have identity and alternative activity. So yeah, our current system is only geared to teaching analysts for identity. So how can an expert like Riley Nolan testify to something she's not an expert in? She's not trained for that. All right, so now we're underneath that table that we just read. The only conclusion that this court can draw is that opinions regarding the means and manner in which DNA was deposited on an item is not considered a proper topic of expert opinion for DNA and for a DNA analyst, and likely to lead to undue prejudice to Mr. Koberger and would render his trial fundamentally unfair. B. This court must exclude the opinion of Riley Nolan. As set forth above, an expert cannot offer opinions within their expertise. The expertise of the typical lab analyst is not sufficient to allow them to be considered an expert in the area, the mechanism of DNA transfer. Yeah, that's completely different than a lab analyst. A lab analyst, aren't they looking at genetic material and comparing reports? The mechanism of DNA transfer is something completely different. Wow, okay. So Nolan's disclosure concedes as much in that she acknowledges the current methods cannot conclusively offer an answer to the question of when and how. Nolan cannot be allowed to substitute her judgment in the face of the weight of the forensic community's agreement that the science and literature does not support any analyst testifying about when and how of transfer. The opinion falls outside the norm for forensic DNA experts and would be highly speculative. Given the nature of the opinion proffered and the recommendations in the NIST Human Factors Report, which we read, this opinion would be highly speculative. In addition, it would have the tendency to mislead and confuse the jury and would require undue consumption of time to refute with the scientific articles and reports that clearly conflict with this proffered testimony. That I don't know. Was that like just clearly written in your face? Because to me, I was like, whoa. I'm hoping like the court reads that. And that is just such a bold, put a point on it kind of statement. This is a fantastic filing, Danger Zone says. Okay, it's I know there might be some like grammatical errors, but this is wonderfully written. Not only is this wonderfully written, it's written for the U.S. legal system. Just that in itself, we've got science. The latest, we have the scientific community's opinion. Like, we don't need cross-examination now, and we don't need this expert testimony now, because although Idaho they don't do the Daubert or the Frye measure. They have their own, but even though their own measure, Frye and Daubert, they're all kind of very similar, because don't you have to have the consensus of the scientific community and proven report? Let's just look up Daubert real quick so that I can show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so this says here, Daubert standard is a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that determines if the expert can be used in court. The ruling establishes that judges have a broad discretion to decide if scientific evidence is admissible. Now, I'm not specifically talking about Daubert here. What I want to point out, here it is. The judge can consider factors like whether the scientific community accepts the expert testimony. What Becca Barlow is pointing out here is the scientific community does not accept or support Riley Nolan's testimony. It's beautifully done the way that Becca Barlow has done that. And even though, okay, so if this is just a sentiment, the judge can consider factors of whether the scientific community accepts the expert testimonies. I'm not saying that because it's part of the Daubert standard. I'm saying that as like a fundamental principle, because we can look at Frye, but I bet you the same principle is under the Frye standard as well. And this is what's the Frye standard? Okay, so the Frye standard is a legal rule that determines whether scientific evidence can be admitted into court. It requires that the scientific principle or procedure be generally accepted by the scientific community. And doesn't Becca Barlow beautifully illustrate Riley Nolan's testimony must be excluded because the scientific community doesn't accept or support it. Riley Nolan has got to be out. All right, now let's do Idaho. Daubert or Frye. I know they have 702. Yeah, all right, so Idaho has Rule 702. So Idaho does not follow Daubert for the expert witness testimony, but it does use some of its factors. Instead, Idaho follows its own Rule of Evidence 702. Rule 702. An expert can testify in Idaho if the court finds the expert qualified by their knowledge, skill, experience, or education. Expert qualification. The party offering the expert must establish the expert is qualified. There we go. Becca Barlow just established that Riley is not a qualified expert. The expert doesn't need formal training, but they must have particular experience or special knowledge in the area they're testing about. Becca Barlow has beautifully pointed out Riley Nolan does not have practical experience or special knowledge in trace transfer DNA, the mechanism of trace transfer DNA. Riley Nolan's expertise is in identity, which is a completely different thing than the mechanism of transfer of DNA. Okay, so the expert testimony can be in the form of an opinion or otherwise. The expert testimony can help the trier of fact understand the evidence or determine a factive issue. And if Riley Nolan is allowed to testify, the trier of fact, it's not going to help the trier of fact at all. So expert opinion, an expert can base an opinion on facts or data in the case that they've been made aware of or personally observed. The Supreme Court ruled in Dalbert versus Morale Dow Pharmaceuticals that standards of Rule 702, relevance and reliability, were incapable with the stricter general acceptance test. Okay, good. So Becca Barlow has pointed out for the court, Riley Nolan doesn't have special knowledge or experience in the mechanism of transfer DNA. Well done, Barlow. All right, so now we're back here. Are we on C? What's that where we are? Bam Pow. Welcome, Miss Q. Bam Pow. In your face. Danger zone. Oh, no, that's still Miss Q. Danger zone, sorry, it says Blammo. Blammo, in your face. Bum Pow. All right. Oh, Backward Beats, welcome. Backward Beat says, I guess we should all never go anywhere out of fair DNA transfer and out of the experts who claim they have experience and don't. Yes. Boom, Sandra says. Right. Backward Beat says, DNA's everywhere. An unaliving could have happened at Starbucks while I was just sipping my shaken espresso. Next thing you know, I'm tied up as a suspect for a midday pick-me-up, right? David Bird says, Nolan at the moon. Miss Q says, cartwheels into the chat. Aw, welcome, Miss Q. Okay, and Mama Paul says, they were able to tell me who and in what issue of what journal. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, you're answering my question. I'm sorry, Mama Ball. Mama Ball, her job in college was to get the peer-reviewed journals for the hyperbolic doctors, and the hyperbolic doctors never stopped learning. And so the doctors would tell her who and what issue of what journal. Oh, that is so cool. So when you did that, that is so awesome. I would have loved to have that job in college. That is great. And I'm sure you learned so much by doing that. Oh, like, so Mama Ball, do you read those? Do you read the scholarly journals now? Or like since then, or 1992 new Google? Oh, well, that's right. We had to go pick them out of the library, right? Oh, gosh, that's so long ago. I remember being in college. Some of the teachers would be like, okay, you guys have to cite at least 2 books. Because we would all just put, websites. And we're like, God, I have to go to the library and get a book. I can't just pick up a website. Yeah. All right. So we're going to go back here. So C, this is disclosure. This is disclosure is not proper rebuttal testimony. Nolan's disclosure contains an opinion that is not rebuttal, but appears to be the state's theory of the case that the DNA for Mr. Koberger arrived on the knife sheath via direct contact. A close reading of the disclosure for Mr. Koberger's DNA witness, Dr. Ruth Ballard, does not contain any opinion regarding the how and the when the DNA arrived on the sheath. The testimony should be excluded. Now, Bishop Ballard points out another wonderful thing here, because I think she's right. The state was trying to use Nolan for their theory of the case, and Nolan is not qualified to give that theory. So if Nolan isn't qualified to give the theory, how in the world is the state coming up with that theory? There's no scientific basis for it. In addition, Becca Barlow was reading a close reading of the disclosure for Mr. Koberger's DNA witness. Even Dr. Ruth Ballard, she doesn't have anything containing the opinion regarding the how and the when. So if she's a DNA witness, she stuck to identity. She did not go outside the lines and testify to how and when the DNA arrived on the sheet. So she did what the proper expert is supposed to do in those situations when they're asked about these concepts. Okay. And so then she's saying this testimony should be excluded. Is she talking about Nolan's? All right, so D, the court must exclude the use of the terms touch or contact DNA. All right, there's a 9. 9's a footnote. Let's go down to C. The prohibition should apply to both the questioner and witness, and the use of this term in opening statements. Boom. Okay, so Hibbler has to grant this. I don't see how he can't. This Becca Barlow she just threw some bombs. Now, and she wants no, and she's right. The term should not be used in any opening statements or closing statements either. Because I personally think these terms should never be able to be used in the courtroom. And hopefully we're getting there now that this is on the court record. Not even the court record, it's just on record in general. So while this motion is focused on Ms. Nolan, the generic statements in the disclosure for DNA witnesses raises the same concerns, and this motion should be applied to all witnesses who testify about DNA. Yeah, but I'm right there with you. Like, she's saying all witnesses, but I would like all witnesses in the entire U.S. legal system. Nobody should be able to use those terms in the courtroom. Beautiful, beautifully said, Barlow. Okay, we're going back up here. So D is this court must exclude the use of these terms, touch or contact DNA. Under IDAHO4, this court may exclude the use of the terms touch or contact DNA if its probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger of one or more of the following: unfair prejudice. Yep. Confusing the issues. Yep. Misleading the jury. Yep. Undue delay. Yep. Wasting time. Yep. Or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. Yep. IDAHO4, this rule requires the court to balance the probative value of the evidence against the danger that the evidence may be unfairly prejudicial. That's State v. Johnson. Here, the terms touch and contact are misleading in that the forensic community has determined through empirical research that it is not possible for a DNA expert to testify as to how DNA was deposited on an item. Let's get that out there in the universe. DNA is not just DNA anymore. The two terms insinuate that the deposit must have come from direct contact with the object rather than a myriad of other possible means of transfer documented in the literature. Yep. Furthermore, testimony regarding the manner in which the DNA was deposited on the sheath would implicate the same concerns that the use of the two terms touch and contact invoke. The forensic community consensus and extensive body of research shows the how and the when opinions in DNA testing far exceed the expertise of a DNA analyst and are not founded in science. Oh, I don't know if everyone knows how the weight of what these words are actually doing. Wow. And are not founded in science. Oh my God, the entire state's case is not founded in science. Oh my God, did Becca just say that? I mean, Becca's not holding anything back. She just is like, the state's case is not founded in science. It defies the law of physics to do what you're saying. That should be not allowed in the U.S. legal system at all. The state should never be able to put on an argument that defies the laws of physics. Isn't there a law against that? That's basically what was happening here. Oh my God. In this case, the only DNA evidence that implicates Mr. Koberger is the DNA found on the sheath found in the residence. From the lab reports and notes, as well as recent testimony by Riley Nolan, it appears that the sample Q1.1 was swabbing of the leather strap on the sheath as well as the interior of the snap, not the outer snap surface, which apparently was not sampled in order to preserve the surface for fingerprinting. No serological testing was done on the area swabbed for Q1.1 to identify any biological material. Okay, so that was the top of the button. So nobody now. This is a very important thing. Oh, we got a footnote. Other portions of the sheath were tested for presence of blood. Okay. An area identified is Q1.4, swabs of stains on back of the sheath. Tested presumptively positive for blood and was DNA tested. Mr. Koberger was excluded from this particular sample, which was identified as a mixture. ISP lab report. M20248, number 4. Where did we see this number before? Mr. Koberger was excluded. Yep, he's not in there. Thus, the government has the burden to prove the when and the how of the DNA identified Q1.1. They can't. It's not founded in science. Pico Barlow just destroyed them. Oh my God. Okay. Allowing the use of these two terms would mislead the jury to believe that there was evidence to support the conclusion of the direct contact when the fact there is no direct evidence. The admission of these terms would lead to a substantial waste of time, and that it would require not only extensive cross-examination of the government's witnesses on the topic, but also the rebuttal testimony from the defense expert. On this question, hold on, I just moved. I'm still hearing noises. I don't know what they are. I'm like screaming in here. And my neighbor is probably like, what is going on? This is exciting, guys. Like, okay. Furthermore, the use of this language would unfairly prejudice Mr. Koberger. Unfair prejudice is prejudice that tends to suggest a decision on an improper basis. So yeah, if the state's case isn't founded in science, I would say, yeah, that's an unfair prejudice. Okay. If the language is used, the jury might well believe through expert testimony as opposed to factual testimony that Mr. Koberger left his DNA on the sheath via direct contact, a fact that the government must prove. As a consequence, there is a danger that the jury would reach a decision on an improper basis due to evidence that is unfairly prejudicial. I would say so. I would say if science, like, state that your theory is not based on reality, and that's definitely unfairly prejudicial, at the least, right? Conclusion. As set forth above, the forensic community has come to the consensus that DNA analysts do not have the expertise to render opinions on how and when a DNA sample arrived on an object. In addition to being misleading and inaccurate, allowing such testimony would result in undue consumption of time. This type of opinion testimony would not satisfy IRE 703, in that the expert cannot be qualified to proffer such an opinion because it falls outside the expert's specialized knowledge. The question of how and when is not for a lab analyst. And as the EWG points out, there is no training program in the United States that would provide expertise for such an opinion. Mr. Koberger respectfully requests this court grant his motion in limine to exclude any use of the language touch and contact in the context of the DNA testing of the sheath and any opinion of how and when the DNA was deposited on of how and when the DNA on the sheath was deposited. Becca Barlow. She just changed the entire United States legal system. This is exciting. This is so exciting. Even like Hitler has to grant this. And when he does, I'm hoping he does, that changes everything. That is so amazing, you guys. Like, I've been learning about this trace transfer DNA, and I felt like that since day one. And now here we are, like living in a time where people are finally learning what it is, and we're realizing that this is outside the scope of lab analysts, of our current DNA expert community who testify it's outside their scope because the scientific community consensus is the how and the why. There's no training for that. There's really no field for it. All right, where do we go? Let's see. It's Phil Collins Science. It's cute. Pseudoscience. But Phil Collins makes me think of that song In the Air Tonight. Is he the one who sings that? It's founded in BS. Exactly. And Echoes of Clarity says it's founded in BS. And welcome, Echoes of Clarity. It's very good to see you. BBB bringing that heat, says Danger Zone. Yep. Yep. BB needs her own superhero comic. Danger Zone. Oh, that's Miss Q. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. There's Bicco Barlow. Protecting the public from states from using unfounded science to convict people with a high likelihood of wrongful conviction. So yeah, Bicco Barlow definitely needs a superhero comic for sure. Good, well said. Miss Q says he is contextual theory is sick. Mommy Ball says no one has ever graded the state's papers before. Now come Ann Taylor with her red pen. Oh yeah, that burns. Here she comes with her red pen. That's a good one, Mommy Ball. Oh, I love you too, Miss Pats. Oh, it's so good to see you. Kazan is here. Welcome, Kazan. Kazan says, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. I'm sorry. Hi, new DNA expert witness Gary Schulter, PhD, was just disclosed. He has 30 publications on various topics around DNA. Oh, let me type him in. Gary Schulter, DNA. How do you spell his name? Oh. Take out the O. Oh. Okay. Okay, so here's Gary Schulter, a Washington State Patrol Crime Lab Division PhD. Royal Canadian Mounted Police Forensic Laboratory, Winnipeg. STR mix. Hey, the Scottish Professor Jameson was talking about STR mix, but he called it a star mix. It must be a Scottish thing. Or if it's really called star mix. But I look at that and I want to say STR mix. Okay. Genetic anomalies consistent. Is it just a coincidence this guy is from, as this meeting works for the Washington State Crime Laboratory? Genetic state of Idaho. Oh, is Gary Schulter a defense expert? Oh, wow, wait a minute. It's really weird. Q 1.1. According to defense expert Gary Schulter, PhD, the male DNA from the mixture was consistent with Q 1.1 profile. The Q 1.1 profile was the profile taken from the sheath, so the male DNA found in the mixture was a match to the profile from the sheath. Though the defense had still not admitted it, the DNA on the sheath is a match to BK. That's a relevant. Hopefully, people start to realize that this is the question of identity, but we're still missing the other half of the how and the when. Thus, the prosecution noting that the defense claims standing regarding the DNA on the sheath, but hasn't admitted the DNA on the sheath is BK. Not yet. And once the defense tested the mixture and it showed the male DNA in the mixture matched the sheath, the prosecution dropped their challenge to the standing, accepting that the DNA found in the mixture was BK's. All speculation on my part. I don't know. It's weird. Is Gary Schulter a defense witness? Who is he? I don't know. Does anybody know who he is? A huge tinfoil hat conspiracy against Mr. Kohlberger from the state. Yep. What is he on? Steve W. says, and he stood 3 feet from her looking at her. That's a yardstick. See how close that actually is. That is so close. Danger Zone says, Becca even has a 6th signature. What a great day for Audrey C. in USA. Ah, yes, Danger Zone, that's so sweet. Sandra says, and the bushy brows on her wall. Oops. Yeah, that's a little weird that she has brows on her wall. So Sandra says, did you all see the pic of the car speeding away at a high rate of speed? They got nothing left. I agree. It's just a ball of blur. Okay. So Miss Q says, no wonder they have been sealing this stuff. It's ludicrous, I would agree. Oh, Tanel Ray, welcome. She says protocols prevent bias. We don't know how they handled the sheep DNA. Exactly. And oh yeah, look, we can look at Bigger Barlow's signature. All right, there was something that I wanted to show you in the motion in limine with Middleman. Yeah, this one is actually kind of short, but I think we can read it. So this one is motion in limine number 10, improper expert opinion testimony from Middleman. This is he's the ortho guy, but he's also like the marketing manager. Okay. Comes now, Brian C. Koberger, by and through his attorneys of record, and hereby moves to court for an order excluding improper testimony from David Middleman. Allowing improper expert testimony violates Mr. Koberger's federal and state constitutional rights to due process, a fair trial, effective assistance of counsel, and confrontation of witnesses. This motion is based on the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution. Article 1, Section 13 of the Idaho Constitution, Idaho Criminal Rule 16, and Idaho Rules of Evidence 102, 104, 71, 72, and 73. The requested exclusions are made to secure fairness in administration, to end the truth may be asserted and proceedings justly determined. Further, the above requested matters are ripe for consideration by the court pursuant to IRE 104 based on the existence of issues that involve preliminary questions of admissibility. On February 17, 2025, the prosecution submitted the disclosure for rebuttal witness David Middleton of Ortham Labs. In the disclosure, Middleton offers opinions as to the quality of work done by Ortham Labs in generating a SNP profile and for the IgG search for relatives of the SNP profile. In addition to these opinions, Middleman offers multiple objectionable opinions that fall outside the proper role of an expert and are highly speculative. Middleman should be excluded as a witness based on failure to disclose in a timely manner and due process. As set forth in limine motion to exclude IgG, motion in limine number 11, Mr. Middleman and his proposed testimony were disclosed for the first time February 17, 2025. Mr. Koberger incorporates by reference the facts and arguments presented in that motion. Due to the latter discovery and the motion to exclude IgG altogether, Middleman is no longer a rebuttal witness and his ultimately disclosure puts Mr. Koberger at a significant evidentiary disadvantage, and his testimony, along with the rest of the IgG evidence, must be excluded. Middleman offers opinions that must excluded because they are highly speculative. The state offers the following opinions. Middleman will testify that the collection of DNA evidence from the crime scene, the development of the STR profile, and its entry into CODIS all took place before Ortham's involvement in the case, with an STR profile already in CODIS. Identifying the suspect was ultimately a matter of time. Ortham was engaged to build a SMP profile, and perform forensic genetic genealogy to accelerate the investigative process. While this approach expedited the identification, it did not change the inevitable outcome. The suspect would have been identified regardless. The FBI's role may have further accelerated the work Ortham had already begun, but Ortham was on track to reach the same conclusion. This is evident from the preliminary incomplete report Ortham provided after being asked to stop its efforts. In this case, additional reference testing was always going to lead to the identification of Mr. Koberger, regardless of which agency completed the process or when it occurred. All of the above opinions are improper because they are highly speculative. An expert opinion that merely suggests possibilities, not probabilities, would only invite conjecture and may be properly excluded. Middleman's disclosure states no facts to support this opinion. These opinions appear to be Middleman's belief in DNA testing rather than a reasoned expert opinion based on facts. Admission of these opinions would invite conjecture and should be excluded. The first opinion seems to assume at some point Mr. Koberger's DNA would be entered into CODIS. The only way into CODIS is via the commission or conviction for felony. Yeah, the assumption is improper and would mislead the jury and would create cross-examination on this issue that would take undue consumption of time. Not only are the opinions above highly speculative as to what would have occurred rather than what did occur, they are irrelevant. The opinions do nothing to prove guilt or innocence and seemed geared to simply promote the technology of DNA testing. While this goal is not improper, the means is. As the disclosure sets forth, Middleman will testify about his lab, their processes, and their quality systems. The speculative opinions add nothing other than confusion and will result in an undue consumption of time. This testimony must be prohibited pursuant to the Idaho Rules of Evidence and Mr. Koberger's federal and state commission constitutional rights of a fair trial, confrontation, and due process. A fair trial is mandated by Mr. Koberger's federal as state constitutional rights due to due process, a fair trial, effective assistance of counsel, and confrontation of witnesses. The U.S. Constitution Amendments 16. Yeah. Idaho Constitution, Article 1, Section 8 and 13, improper speculative expert testimony must be excluded. All right, so wasn't there a document? I thought Ms. Potts was reading it earlier where it mentioned something about this standard of procedure, the SOPs, and wasn't there, was it the 404B evidence? Because that document, whichever document it was that was referring to the SOPs, that is also related to that big article we were just reading, and a lot of what we were reading in because motion eliminate for the use of the words touch and contact. So it could be this one too. Tinell. Oh, sorry. I thought Tana was telling me how to say her name. That's Twiz. Twizzle. Typically unique says Twizzle. Team Sunlight. Ooh, who's Team Sunlight? Okay, Kazan. So, yes, he sings in the air tonight. The correct name is Susaduo. Okay. Echoes of Clarity says most people are founded in BS, and Miss Pot says beep beep. These are facts. You can't get around these facts. Okay, so where are the... I really... All right, let's just read this one. This one is stage motion eliminate, investigative genetic genealogy. Well, this is the stage motion. I didn't realize I picked this up. I wanted to read the one, I think it's the 404B evidence. Or did I read this one yet? Oh, I didn't. Oh, Danger Zone, thank you for visiting. I hope you visit again soon. You have a good night. Be safe out there. Thank you. All right. This is motion eliminate number 5, inconclusive data. Comes now Brian C. Kohberger by through his attorneys of record and hereby moves the court for an order limiting testimony about the statistical analysis of item Q13.1. Oh, we were just talking about that one. Fingernail scrapings. Allowing such testimony would violate Mr. Kohberger's federal and state constitutional rights to due process, a fair trial, effective assistance of counsel, and confrontation of witnesses. This motion is based on the This motion is based on the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, Idaho Constitution, Article 1, Section 13, and Idaho Criminal Rules 16, and Idaho Rules of Evidence 102, 104, 71, 72, and 73. The requested limits are made to secure fairness in administration to the end the truth may be asserted and proceedings justly determined. Further, the above request matters are ripe for consideration for the court pursuant to IRE 104 based on the existence of issues that involve preliminary questions of admissibility. Statement of facts. In grand jury testimony, Jade Miller testified as to the results of testing done on item Q13.1. A swab of the left fingernail clippings of Madison Logan. The data consisted of a three-person mixture. The statistic, the likelihood ratio was calculated, assuming MM was a contributor to her own fingernails. Miller testified as follows, redacted. The data from the sample was redacted as to Mr. Kohberger. Grand jury transcripts at 365, 366. Miller testified on the conclusive means that the analyst is redacted. Grand jury transcript 366. Miller went on to explain that the likelihood ratio for Mr. Kohberger, redacted. Grand jury transcript 367. The use of misleading language confuses and misleads the finder of fact and is barred by Rules 102, 102, 402, and 403, as well as due process, is that the evidence is overly prejudicial. The erroneous admission of irrelevant and prejudicial evidence will offend due process when it renders a trial fundamentally unfair. Here, expanding beyond the language of the report would prejudice Mr. Koberger in that it may allow the jury to infer the inconclusive data would mean that he might be included. Likelihood ratios are different from traditional statistics that courts and juries used to seeing and hearing. The likelihood ratio is a comparison of hypothesis. It is not a statement of identity or probability of identity. The octillion statistic is erroneous. She says it right there. Because the octillion statistic, I believe they said it was likelihood ratio, even though in the actual words it says random match. Even the random match probability is an alternative to the likelihood ratio, but both of them are comparison of hypotheses, which means that octillion statistic is not a statement of identity or probability of identity. And there you go. There's the prosecutor's fallacy. And that octillion statistic is extremely prejudicial to Brian Koberger. Oh, man. It's simply, so the likelihood ratio is a comparison of hypotheses. It is not a statement of identity or probability of identity. It simply asks the question, given the data, which hypothesis test is more likely? For item Q13.1, both hypotheses tested for each individual assumed that Miss Maddie Mogen's DNA was present. So, when the lab generated a likelihood ratio laid out above, the hypothesis tested were KG, and one unknown related person versus Maddie Mogen and two unrelated persons. Right. There's nothing in identity there. They're saying, okay, is Maddie and Kaylee and one one related person in here? Or is it Maddie and then two unrelated persons? They're like asking a question, right? And then they're seeing which one, they're comparing them. Like, what would the outcome be if it was Maddie Mogen and Katie Gonzalez, Kaylee Goncalves, and unrelated person? Okay, well, what would be the significance if Kaylee Gonzalez wasn't in the mixture? It's not identity. Wow. So we don't actually even know what kind of quote-unquote match the state has, because the state gave us a statistic that is not a statement of identity. So this comparison was done for all the individuals listed in report number 7, and for Mr. Koberger in report number 126. It has on number 1. Motion limiting number 5. ISP lab report 726. Okay. At the ISP lab, any number greater than 100 is considered a conclusive result indicated inclusion. Right. Okay. Any number less than 0.01 is considered conclusive, a conclusive result indicating exclusion. Okay. So over 100 is conclusive, indicating inclusion. I guess under 0.01 is considered a conclusive result, indicating exclusion. Okay. Thus, if a likelihood ratio falls within the range of 0.01 to 100, the lab cannot draw any conclusions and the data is reported inconclusive. Okay, so in her testimony, Miller did not provide a full context to the analysis. The lab reported a series of likelihood ratios for item 13.1, including a likelihood ratio of 0.0399 for redacted, 0.485 for redacted, 0.20 for redacted, 0.0233 for redacted. Lab report number 7-3, all of these individuals sit in the same shoes as Mr. Koberger, namely the likelihood ratio is exclusionary but falls within a range of inconclusive. Okay. So these are, well, whatever it is, Brian Koberger is excluded from it. I guess these are other DNA profiles. Of interest is that when a likelihood ratio was calculated for redacted, thus, Mr. Koberger's inconclusive likelihood ratio is similar to almost every other person for whom a likelihood ratio was generated, and focuses on his inconclusive likelihood ratio would mislead the jury, in that it implies that the likelihood ratio means that Mr. Koberger's DNA might be present in the sample. Okay. And it's not in the sample because okay. The court should exclude testimony such as redacted. More importantly, Mr. Koberger has disclosed that through further independent laboratory testing, he is eliminated as the contributor to item 13.1. When Mr. Koberger sought to overturn the grand jury indictment, he argued that Miller's testimony was inadmissible and misleading. The state argued that the testimony was presented to the grand jury as exculpatory and an effort to elicit favorable evidence for Mr. Koberger. The independent lab testing conducted by the defense related to item 13.1 is indeed exculpatory. Mr. Koberger is excluded, and the state should be precluded from misleading the jury in any way. So the likelihood ratio, again, is not identity. But for whatever reason, whatever this witness testified to would have been misleading to the jury, because an inconclusive result is not related to identity because the likelihood ratio isn't. And I guess that's what she was saying, because in that it implies that the likelihood ratio means that Brian Koberger's DNA might be present in the sample. But that's misleading, because that doesn't necessarily mean that. Okay. Yeah, well, Mr. Koberger was ultimately excluded from that. So yeah, whatever expert that is should not be able to state their testimony like it was, because he's excluded. Conclusion. A fair trial is mandated by Koberger's federal and state constitutional rights due to process. Rights to due process. All right, so I'm still looking for the document that I thought had standard operating procedures. Erroneous on both accounts. I agree twiz. For other. Okay, I gotta find the one that's eliminated the, I think it's the 40B evidence. Well, isn't there one about statistical analysis? Might be this one. It's only 3 pages. Motion to eliminate number 8, unnoticed 404B evidence. Here comes now. Brian C. Koberger, by through his attorneys of record and pursuant to the Idaho Rules of Evidence, moves this honorable court for order, eliminate, excluding any 404 evidence. As the date of this filing, the state has only noticed a prior traffic stop as 404B evidence. Okay, well, short. Mr. Koberger moves that any other 404B evidence be precluded from presentation at trial because deadlines for filing motions in limine are not staggered. Mr. Koberger is forced to guess what the state may seek to introduce. Rather than guess, he seeks to exclude all unnoticed 404B evidence. Upon the state's timely filing of 404B evidence, Mr. Koberger will object as appropriate. Additional support for this motion includes the United States Constitution argument. Idaho Rule of Evidence 404B, evidence of a crime, wrong, or other act is not admissible to prove a person's character in order to show that a particular occasion the person acted in accordance with character. Permitted uses, other crimes, wrongs, or acts is when the evidence is being used for another purpose, such as providing motive, opportunity, intent, interpretation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, or lack of accident. The prejudicial effect of a crime, wrong, or act is that it induces the jury to believe the accused is more likely to have committed the crime on trial because he is a man of criminal character. Are they trying to use that traffic stop? That is such a stretch, in my opinion. Character evidence, therefore, takes the jury away from their primary consideration of guilt or innocence of the particular crime on trial. The drafters of IRE 404B were careful to guard against the admission of evidence that would unduly prejudice the defendant while still allowing the prosecution to present probative evidence. For these reasons discussed above, Mr. Koberger respectfully requests the court grant his motion in limine, exclude any reference to 404B evidence that is unnoticed. Okay, so that wasn't what I was looking for. Oh, here's statistical analysis. It's got to be in here. Okay, this one. Backward beat says 99.9, so 0.1% of the time, Brian's DNA is chilling with someone else's. Sounds like a real detective story, right? Backward beat says whoever's gotten a traffic ticket, like, come on this was filed. Yep. Twiz says, did he know Seatbelt tickets are precursors for quad murders. Oh my God. Idaho, what is wrong with them? They just, do they think these things are believable? I mean, they have to, right? I don't know. Okay, so motion eliminate number 14, statistical analysis. I have a really good point that I want to make, but I have to find where it talks about the standards of process or standards of operation. Anyway, comes now, Brian C. Koberger, by and through his attorneys of records, and hereby moves the court for an order limiting testimony about statistical analysis. Did I read this yet? 6. No, that was inconclusive. Q 13.1, fingernail scrapings. Wait. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, is it vague and unexplained? Well, this is a long one. Oh, is this one about cell phone? Oh, what's this? Okay, this one we haven't seen yet. Here's S22. Eric C. Oh, it is a testimony. The expert opinion of this DNA technician provides an explanation of the possible testimony regarding a methodology for DNA testing, YSTR, for which the defense has received no discovery or indication that the method has been used in this case. There is no opinion disclosed other than, because of the large volume of discovery, the state directs the defense to the summary reports of the expert's ultimate conclusions, which can be found in Lab Report 3. Lab Report 3 Bates is DNA data of an alternative suspect, but no ultimate opinion or result specified. Footnote, motion eliminate number 2. 1 ISP Lab Report 3. The testimony through this witness, other than that relating to an alternative perpetrator, must be prohibited pursuant to the Idaho Rule Criminal 16, the court scheduling order, and Mr. Koberger's federal trial due process. What? Okay. And then, of course, they want to exclude Riley Nolan because we read all about that. Didn't we read somewhere where the defense kept asking, since like their second or fifth motions for discovery, about standard procedures, and they couldn't find them? And then they found them. The state kept saying that they weren't in their possession, but then they found out later they were in the state's possession the whole time. I really remember hearing that on Miss Potts' podcast. Oh, I don't think I read this one. Oh yeah, because I think I clicked on the wrong one. Oh, this one's really long, but I didn't read this. Motion to eliminate number 11, exclude IGG evidence. Comes now, Brian C. Kohberger, by and through his attorneys of record, pursuant of Idaho rules of evidence, moves this honorable court for an order to exclude evidence of IGG testing and searches. This motion is based on Idaho Rules 16b 1 through 8, and the presentation of such evidence would violate Mr. Kohberger's state and federal constitutional rights to a fair trial under the 5th and 14th Amendments, and his right to confront the evidence against him and to have competent counsel under the 6th Amendment. Relevant facts. A knife sheath was recovered at 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho on November 13th, 2022. The sheath was tested using standard DNA STR methods by Idaho State Police Lab, ISP Lab. This profile was uploaded into the CODIS DNA database and resulted in no hits to known offenders. The Moscow Police Department, with the assistance of Idaho State Forensics Lab, transferred extracted DNA from Q1.1 to Ortham Labs, located in Texas, on November 22nd, 2022. Ortham promised to preserve all of its work in this case to the engagement agreement and proceeded to test the Q1.1 DNA using SMP single nucleotide polymorphism techniques. Ortham generated a quote-unquote profile using SMP and began building a family tree for Q1.1, looking for the closest relatives of the sample in commercial databases that allow law enforcement searches, GEDmatch Pro and Family Tree DNA. On December 10th, 2022, Ortham was asked to cease work on the case by the prosecutors, despite the fact that their genealogy investigation was incomplete. Footnote number 1, motion eliminate 11, Exhibit 1, Ortham Lab, December 16, 2022. Ortham reported that they had identified a number of close relations to the knife via, can I click on that? No. Via searches of the Family Tree DNA and GEDmatch Pro, and suggesting obtaining DNA samples from 3 individuals to further their investigation. In an email directing the stop work, lab manager Matthew Gummy directed Ortham to preserve the whole genome profile that you have generated on this case and remaining DNA extract. Any data generated in this case and any other records Ortham has on this case and anything else laid out in the state contract with Idaho until the Moscow PD and Latah County POA communicate that such information does not need to be retained by Ortham Labs. So, okay, I know that this has probably been brought up a lot before, but I'm just making this connection that if Ortham has a contract with Moscow PD, which I do believe Ann Taylor put in her declaration, especially since they have a contract, there needs to be chain of custody and things need to be saved and documented, especially when there's a contract. So that is very odd that even though Ortham and Idaho State Lab or Moscow PD or whoever it was, that's bad because that's all taxpayer money, right? And they're not documenting. This goes to the protocols and the procedures that we were talking about because, again, DNA interpretation, or even building this for the purposes of the criminal world, not for maybe for exonerations, but maybe not for the missing. But in these cases, DNA interpretation is not just looking at the genetic material, looking at the statistical outputs of these softwares. As we've learned through this process, it's all about the internal processes, the general consensus of the scientific community, these internal checks, the training, the education. All of those things were documented in order to make that large article that we were reading, the article that Becca Barlow included in her motion to eliminate to exclude the terms touch and contact for those very reasons. So when Ortham is either missing the work that they did, it's not documented, or they are, if they didn't send the lab protocols or the standard operating procedures to the defense, you're missing part of the interpretation because it's all part of the same process. It's not just looking in the microscope. So when you're missing part of the interpretation is incorrect or incomplete. So when those documents are not provided, that should mean whatever Ortham did was incomplete, which it is. But not only that it's incomplete, how did it get to Mr. Koberger if it's missing interpretive data? And so that would lead me to think that the IGG did not identify Mr. Koberger because it's missing interpretive data to get you there. Yeah. So after Mr. Koberger was charged, he swiftly discovered relating the IgG testing and family tree building that led to his arrest in May. Are they citing this for the judge so that he knows where to look? Mr. Koberger laid out. So, sorry, for those of you that are just listening, they put in parentheses, May 3rd, 2023, defendant's third supplemental request for discovery. So I was thinking, since that's in parentheses, it's usually a citation, or a reference. So they're referencing that, I guess, Mr. Koberger requested discovery relating to the IgG, and that request is in the defendant's third supplemental request for discovery. And they also gave a date, May 3rd, 2023. So maybe that's one of those references that they're giving to the judge so he knows that he can go right to there because that's where Mr. Koberger requested that information. Anyway, that was a side note. Okay, so Mr. Koberger laid out the rationale for those requests in his third motion to compel and a series of affidavits. In parentheses, it says, filed June 22nd, 2023. The state filed a motion for protective order on June 16th, 2023, in advance of Mr. Koberger's motion to compel. In the motion for protective order, the state drew a strong distinction between the work done by Ortham to generate the SMP profile and the work done to generate a family tree from the SMP profile. In effect, arguing that the family tree building did not fall under the Idaho rule of discovery for a number of reasons. However, in this motion and during argument on the motion, the state conceded that the testing done by Ortham to generate the SNP data fell under ICR 16B5 and stated, the private laboratory developed the SNP profile from the DNA on the K-bar sheet as required by 16B5. the state will produce a report that documents the DNA test, and that is in the motion for protective order at 14. Wow. So does that mean the defense found in one of their motions that they said that they would provide that information and then they didn't? I guess, are they calling them out right there? That's what I'm getting, but I don't know for sure. The court, after hearing testimony from a number of defense expert witnesses, found that the defense had met the threshold required to show at least some of the IgG information sought is material to the preparation of the defense, and issued an order for production of all the IgG information in possession, custody, or control of the state for in-camera review. In parentheses, it says, order addressing IgG DNA and order for in-camera review at 2031 October 25th, 2023. All right, I guess they're referencing another document. All right. On November 30th, 2023, the state provided materials to the court along with a table of items. The listed items included FBI materials, ISP emails, Ortham emails, and documents, shipment of DNA profile documents, and ISP/Ortham contracts. Well, as a footnote, it says footnote number 3. At the bottom, footnote 3 says, motion in limine number 11, exhibit, I pressed stuff. Oh my God, all right. Okay, that's good. All right, so that the footnote number 3 says, motion in limine number 11, exhibits 3. And then it says Bates 15302. Okay. The court ordered release of the majority of the materials with the exception of the genetic contract documents of the motion of understanding between ISP, MPD, Latah County, POA, and Ortham. Sealed order, I guess they're saying where this is located. In parentheses, sealed order for disclosure of the IgG and protective order December 29, 2023. So the court ordered the release of the majority with the exception of a generic contract. Why can't they see the generic contract? That's probably one of the most important things for the purposes of that is part of DNA interpretation, because it's part of the internal validations, because you have to know the procedures and protocols, and I'm sure there's some in that contract. I don't know though. After review of these materials, Mr. Koberger requested additional discovery materials in his 15th supplemental discovery request relating to work done by Ortham and the FBI. What was footnote 4? Okay, I'm going to go down and see what footnote 4. Footnote 4 is motion in limine number 11, exhibit 4, discovery request, exhibit N. Okay. I'm going back up. Okay. Continuing on. He sought materials to encompass essentially all of the materials that are normally produced, along with lab reports for scientific testing. The state objected, and Mr. Koberger filed his 5th motion to compel, and that was filed April 15th, 2024. In a hearing on May 30th, 2024, extensive expert testimony was again heard by the court as to the necessity of the materials sought. The requested items included, among other things, raw data files for the SNP testing, standard operating procedures. This is it. Standing operating procedures, SOPs, validation summaries, contamination logs, bioinformatics programs, and protocols. At the end of the testimony, the state through Mr. Nye argued the motion to compel. Okay, so these items, the requested items included, among other things, the raw data files for the SIP testing, standard operating procedures, SOPs, validation summaries, contamination logs, and bioinformatic programs and protocols. All of that is exactly what is in the article that Becca Barlow put in the motion in limine to not use the words, this one. Don't use the words trace and transfer. This article is called Forensic DNA Interpretation and Human Factors, Improving Practices Through a Systems Approach. So they were documenting those kind of validation and procedures of operation to catch human errors, to improve the practice, to improve accuracy. And these kind of things are done in addition to, or it's part of the interpretation process. So when the state is not, or the defense is not provided with part of the interpretation process, I feel like that should be considered that the interpretation was not completed. Therefore, it is inconclusive. And so it cannot be attributed to Mr. Kohlberger, because these are key items that the scientific community clearly said that is involved in the interpretation. And Becca Barlow beautifully described how this article here, as all the great minds came together in 2020 and they made up this report. And this report, they specifically talk about the things that the state had withheld from the defense, which are these standard operating procedures, raw data, SNP, for the SNP testing. So with that in mind, it says here that Mr. Nye argued in a striking exchange, the court makes the decisions, and so we complied with that order. And we reached out to the FBI and Ortham and said, you got to give us what you have. We've talked a lot about, and we referenced a letter that from the FBI today. I thought the letter itself did a pretty good job laying out what they do and don't do, what they have access to and what they don't. We have talked to Ortham. We have spoken to Ortham since we have gotten this Exhibit N and provided them these requests. And we are not in the position, for example, requests 1 through 6, we are not fighting those. I'm not saying we are not going to turn those over. In my view, they fall pretty clear under the court's order. The issue is we go to Ortham and show them these, and Ortham says, we have given you everything. You have everything. Everything we have was given to the court and then provided to the defense. So there's nothing on this list that we are holding back because we think we have some justification. Okay, that was a quote from Mr. Nye. Okay. Items 1 through 6 in Exhibit N are materials described above that pertain to the SNP DNA testing done by Ortham Labs. Mr. Nye emphasizes that Ortham told the prosecution that as to the specific requests outlined in items 1 through 6 of Exhibit N, Ortham is just telling us we don't have it, so there's nothing we can do. The court then inquired. The court says, so Ortham has said, you've asked them, and they've given you everything we have. Mr. Nye says, yes. Mr. Nye reiterated that the state knew if the documents listed in Exhibit N, 1 through 6 existed, the state had an obligation to turn those over, to turn turn those material over to Mr. Koberger. And with the rest of it, we are turning it over if it exists and if we have it. That's all. In the court's order related to the specific request in Exhibit N, the court relied in this is a typo. The court relied on the representations of the state, specifically referencing Mr. Knights' statements about items 1 through 6. The state indicated that the materials sought in this request do not exist. And in parentheses, it says, order on defendant's 4th and 5th motions to compel discovery at number 8. And that was on June 14, 2024 for those orders. On January 23, 2025, a hearing was held before this court regarding the suppression of DNA, IgG, and Mr. Koberger Frank's proffer hearing. During that hearing, Matthew Gamete tested that regarding the state's relationship with Ortham, the contract process and specific information about the IgG were done by Ortham prior to its SNP data being passed to the FBI. Mr. Gamete was involved in the original process that led to the IgG contract with Ortham, which involved coming up with specifications for the scope of work in the contract. That is the type of information that should have been documented and given to the defense in an organized manner, because that's a part of DNA interpretation. You can't just have the physical looking at the biological material and the results that are outputted from the software. It's in combination with these things, because without the validation and the administrative and the documentation part to the actual looking at the genetic material, you have no way of knowing the accuracy of your results. You have no way of knowing, of measuring that type of thing, to either learn from it or to find quickly where those mistakes are so you can correct them. Because Anne did ask for the corrective actions from 6 months before to 6 months after, so that she can see how these labs catch mistakes, how they correct them, and how they do that process so that they are not continually going down a path where their results are continually inaccurate. To run a healthy laboratory, you would need to be able to, make those mistakes and have the agility to correct them and keep going. Because if you don't have these systems in place or these documentations, your results are not worth what they are said to be. And so when they're withholding this stuff, they are actually withholding part of the interpretation of this IgG stuff. Okay, so Mr. Gamete testifies that the contract with Ortham specifies they would keep any data or other things associated with that. And so in this case, I don't know if they have other data or other records that have kept, they have retained. We had asked them as a part of the termination in this case of our work that they would preserve those things, or that they would communicate with both the prosecutor's office and the Moscow Police Department if any of that information was to be disposed or whatnot. Mr. Gamete stated that protocols and procedures were received from Ortham in 2021. During the bidding process, he believed would likely exist in response to the new revelations in Mr. Gamete's testimony that the state had in its possession the protocols of the lab through the contracting process, as well as other significant materials Mr. Koberger filed his 22nd supplemental discovery on January 28, 2025, requesting multiple items relating to Mr. Gami's testimony. Oh, so on that secret transcript that we read, when Ann Taylor was questioning Mr. Gami, she got the information she needed from him to be able to make this statement. That is pretty cool. So now we have the revelation that the state did have the protocols and procedures in their possession, because that is something that they exchange when they create a contract together, which makes sense. You're going to want to need the protocols and procedures of whatever lab you're going to contract with. And so they were withholding these protocols and procedures that they obtained in 2021. And I guess it was January 28, 2025, when Brian filed his 22nd supplemental discovery for those. So they've had them since day one, which was what, 22? 2.5 years? Like, that's bad if they're not giving that stuff over. In its response dated February 11, 2025, the state objected to a number of these items. How can you object to that when that's part of the interpretation process? The purposes of this motion, the state's response to request numbers 424 and 425, raises the specter of prosecutorial misconduct. Exactly. You can't withhold that stuff. Okay, that's a fact. Waka! Waka Nyantaka, welcome. Miss Q says, I need a Sparky laying floor down and they nicked a wire. The wiring was pre-80s and came from the floor up, to which rather the ceiling switch. Oh, the joys of a 1970s build. Okay. Backwood Beat says, I'm surprised nobody in the family aren't saying anything unless they already knew what was in all the documents, and they are shocked by this, which is even more alarming. And they weren't shocked by it. Tonka says, ridiculous, they are playing past the buck. Latah County asked Ortham to cease testing, and then the state, Mr. Nye, is blaming it on the companies, right? Yeah, Tonka, I agree with you. Tonka says, my guess is because Ortham produced a name they don't want known. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Steve W. says, judge playing politics. Yeah. Okay. So we are on page 6. Yeah. And there's a mention of prosecutorial misconduct because they're missing the protocols and procedures. And they were in the state's possession and the state never provided them. I think that's a clear violation of the prosecutorial misconduct, especially if the defense asked for them. I mean, they should have been handed over anyway, but okay, we're on page 6. Mr. Koberger specifically requested all Ortham lab protocols, policies, and procedures and validation studies in place in December 2022, as testified about by Matthew Gummy on 1/23/25, as well as all bench notes, electronic data files, photographs, and quality records. Okay, this has a footnote. It says number 5. Let's go to the footnote number 5. It says these items are essentially identical to items 1 through 6 from Exhibit N, filed in support of Mr. Koberger's 5th motion to compel. Okay, going back up. Continuing on, it says the state objected to this request in particular as being untimely. It stated that the court did not require the state to produce any of the other bidding documentation, including Ortham's bid submission, that discuss Ortham's accreditation status, other customers' past cases, the name and qualifications of the primary genealogist, the name and qualifications of the chief scientist, and the SOPs or analytical methods that were to be used. What? The state objected and said the court does not require the state to produce all that? I'm a little confused because I thought it was part of the interpretation process and that stuff needs to be turned over. Okay, so that has a footnote number 6. So let's scroll down and see what footnote 6 is. Footnote number 6 says, motion in limine number 11, Exhibit 5, state's response to defendant's 22 supplemental discovery requests. Okay, I'm scrolling back up. And we'll continue on. This was the first time that the defense had been made aware of the contents of the material provided to the court for in-camera review. Had Mr. Koberger known that the materials contain the information described, certainly would have sought the specific listed information, because Mr. Koberger did not know the materials provided to the court included reference to standard operating procedures and analytical methods, and because Mr. Nye affirmatively represented that Ortham had no such documentation. That's a straight up lie to the court. Nye straight up lied to the court. Oh, that's why it's prosecutorial misconduct. All right. So Mr. Koberger did not ask the court to reconsider its order regarding production of the materials after the in-camera review or at the hearing. Most troubling is the last statement in the state's February 11, 2025 objection, that while the materials provided to the court for review contained references to the standard operating procedures, the standard operating procedures were inadvertently excluded from the materials. Consequently, the court was misled about the materials reviewed in camera, resulting in deprivation of a clearly discoverable documentation. The state objects to the production of materials that it conceded in 2023 Mr. Koberger was entitled to. Oh my God, you're hiding your analytical methods and your standard protocols? I feel like that's just like standard. You provide that stuff. I don't know why. A lab that has a good reputation wouldn't want to hand that stuff over to show that they are a very reputable lab. Just 6 days later, on February 17th, 2025, in its expert witness rebuttal, the state provided a disclosure for Mr. Littleman. All right, it has a number 7 here. That's a footnote. So I'm scrolling down. Footnote number 7 says, David Middleman was disclosed in the state's rebuttal expert disclosure. Oh, okay. All right, let's scroll back up, and we're continuing on. Middleman is the CEO of Ortham Labs. The proposed testimony concerns the testing done by Ortham to generate a stamp profile. The proposed testimony covers the testing methods by Ortham, validation and quality standards. All of these topics were covered in Mr. Koberger's 5th motion to compel. All right, so argument. Under due process clause of the 14th Amendment, criminal prosecutions must comport with prevailing notions of fundamental fairness. We have long interpreted this standard as fairness to require that criminal defendants be afforded a meaningful opportunity to present a complete defense. To safeguard against that right, the court has developed what might loosely be called the area of constitutionality guaranteed access to evidence. Suppression of the prosecution of evidence favorable to the accused upon request violates due process, where the evidence is material either to guilt or to punishment, irrespective of the good faith or bad faith of the prosecution. Quoting United States v. Venezuela Bernal, the United States Supreme Court recognized that non-disclosure cases can be placed into 3 different categories. 1, the undisclosed evidence demonstrates that the prosecution's case includes perjured testimony and that the prosecution knew or should have known of the perjury. Non-disclosure cases. All right. Number 2, Brady-type cases where the prosecution is put on notice of what is specifically desired. Thus, the prosecutor should be well aware of the evidence will be of assistance, and such notice should be correspondingly raised, and such should correspondingly raise the level of the prosecution's duty to disclose. And 3, where no specific request for newly discovered and potential exculpatory evidence was made by the defense. Okay. Yeah. Why wouldn't you just turn over the documentation you have that says you did your work, that your work does lead to Brian Koberger, and show us how your operating procedures are, how you did that? So then, I completely understand that, the Idaho Supreme Court was like, okay, when the state doesn't disclose the information that is material to the case, it could demonstrate that the prosecution's case includes perjured testimony, that the prosecution knew or should have known of the perjury. 2, they just have a duty to disclose. Okay, so separately, the problem of the alleged loss or destruction by the state of allegedly exculpatory evidence raised additional difficulties, such as deciding how materially favorable the evidence is to the defendant's case, and implementing an adequate remedy where justified. Usually, the only feasible remedy is dismissal of the prosecution or suppression of the evidence that would have been impeached by the lost or destroyed evidence. Okay, so does that mean the defense is going on to say, you didn't provide us with part of the interpretation of the DNA analysis, and so is it lost? Is it destroyed? So, where is it? And usually when you don't have the evidence that you say you have, it could result in a dismissal or the suppression of that evidence. Mr. Koberger is now asking for the remedy of exclusion because at this late date, he will be unable to investigate the impact of the evidence itself as if the consequence of withholding such evidence, even if the missing discovery is produced at this point. Mr. Koberger's right to receive and review the evidence is guaranteed by the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution and the Idaho Constitution. In this case, the question of whether the state has withheld or concealed evidence specifically requested by Mr. Koberger is evident in the record as laid out above. Knowing that Mr. Koberger was seeking such evidence, the state is in bad faith to produce the evidence it conceded Mr. Koberger was entitled to as early as 2023, and now for the first time has informed Mr. Koberger and this court that some of the material sought was in their possession in 2023. So A, Brady violation. This basic tenet of Brady stands to this day. The suppression by the prosecution of evidence favorable to the accused upon request violates due process where the evidence is material either to guilt or punishment, irrespective of good faith or bad faith of the prosecution. If the subject matter of such a request is material, or indeed if substantial basis for claiming materiality exists, it is reasonable to require the prosecutor to respond either by furnishing the information or by submitting the problem to the trial judge when the prosecutor receives a specific and relevant request, and the failure to make any response is seldom or ever excusable. Yeah, so like if Ortham isn't producing what they did with the biological material or how they deal with the biological material, I would say that is material to the case. Here, Mr. Koberger repeatedly requested materials related to IGG, and the court found that he had made a showing of materiality as to the records sought through discovery requests and motions to compel. The court held 2 hearings on Mr. Koberger's motion to compel. In his first order, dated November 13, 2022, Judge of Latah County District Court, after hearing evidence, issued an order explaining that Mr. Koberger had established sufficient evidence at the hearing to meet the low threshold of materiality for at least some of the IGG information sought. In parentheses, it says order addressing IGG and order in camera review at 20. All right, I guess they're referencing that maybe for the judge. The focus of the order was on the second bucket of material identified by both Mr. Koberger and the state, noting that according to the state, the rule only requires the disclosure of the results of reports themselves. In this case, the STR DNA profile and the SNP DNA profile created from the K-bar knife and it is undisputed that the SNP profile itself is a result of scientific tests done on evidence in the case, acknowledging that the state had conceded that under Rule 16b-5, it was required to produce the results of the testing done by Ortham Labs. Then, the court then conducted an in-camera review of the totality of the IgG material provided by the state concerning the construction of the family tree by Ortham and then the FBI. The court ordered the production of essentially all of the reviewed material, with the exception of certain documents pertaining to the contract between Ortham and the state. In parentheses, it says sealed order for disclosure of IgG information and protective order dated December 19, 2023. The state provided test results in the form of 2 large text files, one identified as being the data produced by Ortham and the second as the data produced by the FBI. Still not having received the promised material regarding the SNP testing conducted by Ortham, Mr. Koberger renewed his request for the material in his 15th supplemental request and filed his fifth motion to compel discovery. The hearing was held in Latah County District Court on May 30th, 2024, during which the state reiterated that Mr. Koberger was entitled to the requested material, but that requested material did not exist. The requested material was laid out in Exhibit N and included all bench notes, all electronic data, all protocols, all standards of operating procedures, all contamination logs, all validation summaries. During the most recent hearing before this court, Mr. Gamet testified that during the contracting process, the state had received at least the protocols for testing from Ortham and that the materials most likely were still in the state's possession. Mr. Koberger renewed his request for the production of this material in light of Mr. Gamet's testimony in his 22nd discovery request. In request 424, Mr. Koberger requested all Ortham lab protocols, policies, and procedures, and validation studies in place in December 2022, as testified by Matthew Gamet on 1/23/25, to which the state responded. Ortham's protocols and procedures in the context of the bidding process. The documents related to the bidding process were included in the referenced in materials provided to the court to review in camera. The court required the state to discover only the motion of understanding from the bidding documents. The state need Okay, so the state said the state need only discover pages 99 through 103. The memorandum of understanding, the remaining contract documents are not relevant to any issue in the case. The court did not require the state to produce any of the other bidding documentation, including Ortham's bid submission that discussed Ortham's accreditation status, other customers, past cases, the name and qualifications of the primary genealogist, the name and qualifications of the chief scientist, and the standard operation procedures or analytical methods that were to be used. Though the standard operating procedures were inadvertently excluded from the materials reviewed in camera, the bidding document referenced the SOPs were included in the court. And the court did not require the disclosure of that documentation or the SOPs, standard operating procedures. Okay. If the defense thought it should have access to any of the protected materials, the proper procedure would have been to move the court to reconsider its decision on the protective order, and the proper time would have been prior to the defense's deadline for the discovery motions. This objection is incomprehensible in light of the state's concession that the material requested in 424 was for materials that the state has repeatedly conceded were discoverable under Rule 16b-5, and assuring the court on May 30th that the state understood its obligation to produce the material. Not until February 2025 did Mr. Koberger learn that the state had possession of minimally the SOPs and protocols requested in their fifth supplemental motion to compel. Why did the state not alert the court at the hearing on the May 30th, 2024, that in part the materials sought by Mr. Koberger were included in the material provided for the in-camera review in October 2023? And most troubling, why did the state represent that the materials from Ortham did not exist, when in fact, at least some of the materials requested were in the possession of Latah County Prosecutor's Office? Idaho rule of professional conduct requires that a lawyer not make a false statement of fact or law to a tribunal or fail to correct a false statement of material fact or law previously made to the tribunal by the lawyer. In addition, the state seems to imply that Mr. Koberger had a duty to ask the court to reconsider the decision regarding the material review in camera without knowing that the materials sought were contained in the reviewed materials, something the state now acknowledges and did not disclose. As noted in the state's response, not only was the SOP itself inadvertently not provided for the review, but the inventory supplied to the court and Mr. Koberger listed materials in the in the most generic terms as ISP/Ortham contract documents. See attached Exhibit 3. The state's response appears disingenuous by essentially hiding the existence of the requested materials under an innocuous and generic title and not informing the court that at least a portion of the documents requested were actually already in the possession of the court in the form of the in-camera submission. The state then falsely claimed that none of the documents requested. The state's objection to the timelines of the request is not well taken because Mr. Koberger only learned for the first time in January 2025 that the material saw his third and fifth motions to compel were in the possession of the state after representations that these materials did not exist. And the fact in Latah County's prosecutor's office had been in possession of a portion of those materials as early as 2023. The same arguments apply to Mr. Koberger's request, number 425, Ortham lab materials created, collected, or held pursuant to the policy and protocol in its place as testified by Matthew Gamming on 12325. This request includes, but is not limited to, all bench notes regarding electronic data files, photographs, quality records, including positive, negative controls, degradation, contamination documents, bioinformatic methods, documents related to case file, the case files OCN 221122-01. And request 426, all documents and records produced by the FBI, including but not limited to documents and records from Ortham, Moscow Police Department, Idaho State Police, and Latah County Prosecutor's Office. Finally, on February 17, 2025, the state produced a disclosure for rebuttal witness David Middleman of Ortham Labs. Middleman will testify about the methods, validations, or quality system in place at Ortham, among other topics. All of these topics are covered by the request for discovery made in the third and fifth motions to compel. If Middleman is allowed to testify, Mr. Koberger would be unable to effectively confront his testimony given the dearth of the documents regarding the lab testing. Counsel for Mr. Koberger would be ineffective given the timing of this disclosure and the topics raised in the disclosure. As Middleman points out, any credible opinion that Mr. Koberger might seek would require an expert witness with extensive direct experience with SNP testing and FIGG to speak to the highly technical aspects of testing and FIGG analysis. Mr. Koberger is prejudiced as set forth below. The Due Process Clause of the Fourth Amendment requires the state to disclose criminal defendants' favorable evidence that is material to either guilt or punishment. That's California v. Trombetta. The Due Process Clause requires that criminal defendants be afforded a meaningful opportunity to present a complete defense to safeguard against the court. To safeguard against that right, the court has developed what might loosely be called the area of constitutionality guaranteed access to evidence. Okay, and then it says, quoting United States v. Venezuela Bernal, the Idaho Supreme Court announced a test for determining when a defendant's due process rights have been violated by the state's loss or destruction of allegedly exculpatory evidence. 1, whether the evidence was material to the question of guilt or the degree of punishment. 2, whether the defendant was prejudiced by the loss or destruction of the evidence. And 3, whether the government was acting in good faith when it destroyed or lost evidence. Wow. I would say everything. in regard to that DNA testing, especially the other piece, the partner to actually looking at the genetic material or looking at the output from the statistical software programs, is all this stuff about their protocols, how they fix problems, their protocols and procedures. Those things have to go together and they support each other. And so the state has not given any of this to Brian. So how can Brian defend himself when the state is not providing DNA analysis? the same DNA analysis they used to say, but the same DNA analysis that is the state's theory, which is not founded in science. Wow. This is seriously prosecutorial misconduct. This is crazy. We have recognized that the Supreme Court's subsequent decision in Youngblood consolidated these three factors in cases where the destroyed evidence of unknown value through the reasoning that materiality and prejudice to the defense can be presumed where the government acts in bad faith. Yeah, so essentially they destroyed or lost anything that was related to that DNA or IgG testing. Wow. All right. So now they're quoting a case titled Stewart v. State, 127, I guess in Idaho. 1, materiality. In this case, the court has already found that the IgG materials are material. The state has conceded that the testing from Ortham falls under Rule 16b-5, requiring the state produce the material. Oh, this is case law. So this case, Stewart v. State, has already concluded, it's already in case law, that the IgG materials are material. And it's about Ortham, again, not like another lab. Okay. Number 2, prejudice stemming from this case law here. As set forth above, Mr. Koberger has requested materials. Oh, wait. Maybe this not. I think I read that wrong. But it says, this part must be quoting Stewart v. State. The quote for, I'm not sure. Oh, no. So in this case, the court has already found the IgG materials are material. The state has conceded that the testing from Ortham falls under Rule 16b-5, requiring that the state produce the material. Number 2, prejudice. As set forth above, Mr. Koberger has requested materials relating to the IgG testing in 2 motions to compel, and in response to both motions, the state has conceded that the materials related to the testing by Ortham are discoverable under Rule 16. Despite this, Mr. Koberger sits in an untenable position. Discovery is closed. Expert disclosures have been exchanged. The time for filing motions to dismiss has passed. In limine motions are being filed. And trial is rapidly approaching. Mr. Koberger's motions to suppress and Frank's are impacted by the failure to timely procedure discovery, as these materials may have provided information relevant to the issues presented, particularly to what information Ortham obtained via testing. Wait, there's more information to the information Ortham obtained for the testing or through testing. All right, so there's a footnote, number 8. I'm going down to number 8 to read the footnote. Footnote number 8 says, one of the state's arguments regarding the motion to suppress is that the state did not have access to SNP data relevant to medical information. One of the key arguments in Mr. Koberger's motion, the document from Ortham could have bolstered Mr. Koberger's arguments. Oh, is the defense suggesting Ortham looked at the medical information? And is that why they need these protocols and procedures? Because without these protocols and procedures, how could Ortham say they're not looking at it? Sometimes these protocols and procedures could probably protect the labs too. Is that what Ortham does? Because Ortham is a private lab, right? So they can look at health data all day long. And they can give that health data to the police or law enforcement that they have contracts with. Because is there some legality or law they can get around? Because it's not, I guess technically it's not law enforcement obtaining or looking at health data, it's Ortham. They're doing it through Ortham. And of course, Ortham may not want that out there because that probably would alarm the public that their health data is being used and looked at. And there's not really any rules and regulations to it because Ortham is hiding, or the state is hiding their procedures. I don't know though, but that's interesting that this footnote here references medical information. I wonder if that's part of Ortham's procedure. We'll see. All right, I'm going back up. We're continuing on. It says, additionally, the state now has noticed witness David Middleman, CEO of Ortham, who will testify in quote-unquote rebuttal to Mr. Koberger's IGG witness. The proposed testimony covers topics such as validation, policy and lab protocols, and quality assurance measures. All of these topics were covered in Mr. Koberger's discovery request. Mr. Koberger is left in the position of not being able to cross-examine Middleton effectively due to the complete lack of discovery from the material requested. The prejudice to Mr. Koberger is clear. Even if the court orders production of the materials sought at this late date, Mr. Koberger is significantly handicapped. Had Mr. Koberger received these materials in a timely fashion in 2023, he would have been able to utilize materials for motion work, and consultation with experts and be prepared to proceed in trial. Wow, I think this is a very powerful piece right here. I'll read that again. Even if the court orders production of the materials sought at this late date, Mr. Koberger is significantly handicapped. Had Mr. Koberger received these materials in a timely fashion in 2023, he would have been able to utilize the materials for motion work and consultation with experts and be prepared to proceed to trial. When they are not provided with validation, policy, lab protocols, and quality measures, which are just as important for DNA interpretation as the interpretation of the biological material itself, that does handicap Mr. Koberger's entire defense, because he's missing part of the interpretation that they used to allegedly identify himself. He can't defend himself against that. All right, number 3, bad faith. Here, bad faith is evident and materiality and prejudice should be presumed. The state, after conceding that they were required to turn over the testing conducted by Ortham, failed to do so. When pressed at the May 30th, 2024 hearing on the existence of the materials sought, the state affirmatively stated that the material did not exist. That is bad faith. Mr. Koberger has just learned that during that hearing, the state did have at least a portion of the requested material, the lab policies and protocols and standard operating procedures. The state knew in May 2024 that while they had failed to provide the court with the actual standard of procedures, that the court had substantial material in its possession that would in part have satisfied Mr. Koberger's request. The state had a duty to inform the court that instead misled the court into believing that the materials did not exist and were not in possession of the state. Was it, I think it was Jules of all trades. I think she was saying, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I would agree. I would feel that the court at that point had more information than Brian and the defense. And I don't know, like, is the court supposed to have that? Like, they knew more about these material items that handicap Brian's defense, and they had it in front of them. And the court and the state kept these important documents from them. They kept part of DNA interpretation away from the defendant. That's just like, oh, that sounds terrible. Right, we're moving here. The state had a duty to inform the court, but instead misled the court into believing that the materials did not exist and were not in the possession of the state. These circumstances have given the state an evidentiary advantage because of their failure to be fully candid with the court during the discovery process. This is essentially true in that the state now intends to call a witness from Ortham Labs who can only be effectively cross-examined with the material sought by Mr. Koberger and concealed by the state. So Brian Koberger has been asking for this since the third motion to compel. That was like very early on, wasn't it? It was like early 2023 maybe. And so he's been asking for, this is one of the first things that he asked for. And the state kept saying that they don't have it. They actually, I think, did they give it to Judge? The Judge didn't give it over to him. And then the state now wants the Ortham Labs to be an expert witness. It's like they're all saying, wait, we have this evidence against you. We're not going to give it to you, but we're all going to have it and use it against you. Right? Like, you know what I'm trying to say? All right. I'm going to come back and say hello before we move on. I'm almost done that. Full discovery or case dismissed with prejudice. I agree. Full discovery. Besmirched by the defense for not filing. Tonka. Tonka says, looking at this entire thing from outside the box, both universities are involved as well as law enforcement and the prosecutor's office. I'm tending to lean that way. I mean, this is just... All right. Oh, Backward Beat says, this part of the constitutional right, full discovery. Without it, if he didn't waive his right to a fair trial, then what are we even doing here, right? Oh, thank you guys for being here. I'm so happy you're here in chat, and I'm so happy everybody on replay. I want to just finish up reading this one, and then that's all I'm going to read. I just really wanted to read the DNA ones. I haven't really gotten into the other ones yet, so... Actually, I haven't read this one yet. I'm reading it for the first time with you guys. Okay, so let's see. This is especially true in that the state now intends to call a witness from Ortham Labs who can only be effectively cross-examined with the material sought by Mr. Koberger and concealed by the state. In doing so, the state has hidden or perhaps caused to be destroyed material evidence necessary for Mr. Koberger to present a full defense. This type of conduct violates both federal and state due process rights. In order to even the playing field, the court should sanction the state, even if the requested discovery is produced. The state has benefited by taking the testimony of Mr. Koberger's witnesses at the January 23, 2025 hearing, as well as Mr. Koberger's timely production of expert disclosures regarding their intended testimony at trial. Given the posture of this case, the conduct of the state in hiding the evidence, and the late disclosure of Middleton as an expert, Mr. Koberger seeks to exclude all evidence of the IGG work and does not intend to call the witnesses Leo Larkin and Daniel Hellwig. Well, there's a footnote. Number 9, going down to number 9 footnote, it says, if the court denies this motion to exclude IGG, then Mr. Koberger may be required to call these witnesses as rebuttal to middlemen. All right, going back up, moving on. Furthermore, if Mr. Koberger does not call called Larkin or Hellwig, middleman's testimony is no longer rebuttal. It would have been presented in the state's case in chief. The late disclosure and failure to produce the requested discovery violates not only Idaho law, but also the order of this court regarding discovery and expert disclosure deadline, as well as Mr. Koberger's due process and confrontation rights. The court should exclude all reference to IGG process from SNP testing to the construction of the family tree. Conclusion. Mr. Koberger's motion should be granted. Additionally, the court should sanction the state by excluding the IGG evidence in the form of testimony of middlemen based on their violations of the court order regarding discovery sanctions and its bad faith behavior in concealing evidence that it knew was required to be discovered and that it had in its possession. Such a serious sanction is warranted in the face of the state's conduct and to remedy the prejudice to Mr. Koberger. And that was written by Becca Barlow. Wow, that was so cool because very savvy on Becca Barlow's part, because she is referencing there could have been destruction of evidence. This evidence could have been exculpatory to Brian, and then why not turn it over if it is inculpatory? So there's good reason and good argument there for that. So she's not asking for the case to be dismissed. She's not asking for, I don't think she asked for did she ask for the entire IGG to be excluded or only the testimony of middlemen? Because, yeah, I think it's just the testimony of middlemen, because why should he be let in if the state has never provided the procedures for the orphan lab? So then having the CEO be an expert witness as to the procedures to his lab seems a little, yeah, that doesn't seem fair. So if the state didn't provide the standard operating procedures for Ortham shouldn't be allowed to have expert testify to them. Ms. Q says they screwed him by deceptive practice. Grand jury when preliminary hearing had been granted. Yeah, I agree. So, wow, you guys made it this far. That first one we read, the motion in limine to exclude Riley Nolan's testimony from using touch or contact DNA, that's explosive. That is history in the making. This is a landmark case, probably for many reasons, but I didn't see it coming for DNA. I saw it maybe coming for cell phone or data or, wrongful convictions or falsely arrests, but I don't know. For some reason, the DNA wasn't in the forefront. But now, Bico Barlow has gotten on the record the consensus of the scientific community is that there is no training for the mechanism for transfer of DNA. So the mechanism of transfer for DNA is outside the scope of a lab analyst expertise. A lab analyst expertise is identity, not the mechanism of transfer. So they are inadequate. They don't have the knowledge or training or experience to testify to the mechanism of transfer. And in that motion, she's asking for the terms touch and contact to be excluded. If this is granted, this is the start of something really special in DNA, because I'm hoping other defense attorneys will be able to cite this case and say the terms touch and contact should not be allowed to be used in this courtroom either, because they are misleading and they're not backed by science, those terms, and they do confuse the jury. And so, like I've always said, I think that the term touch and contact, touch DNA, that is prejudicial to the defendant. It is very harmful to any defendant trying to defend themselves. They really can't. They cannot defend themselves against that term. They can't defend themselves on an unscientific term. And another cool thing about that motion to eliminate is Bico Barlow came out swinging and said the state's case is not based, it's not founded in science. And it's not. I mean, they don't have any proof. They don't have any expertise to say how the mechanism of transfer. And then they're trying to use their expert, who's only an expert in identity, not the how or why or activity level. We don't have those types of experts yet. And so the entire scientific community, recently, they published that beautiful article in 2024. And it's recent, like that is a brand new, hot off the press for one of these, the type of work it went into for creating that. Let me just pull up the front of the article so you know. This is the one that we've went over for the last 3 or 4 lives. There's still some things I want to read in there because I know there's still some things in there that are related to this case. And if it's related to this case, it's most likely going to be related to other cases. And this case, I do believe, is going to change the landscape of how direct or transferred DNA is used in the courtroom. And that is awesome. This is Bico Barlow. And she is protecting the rights of the public with this. It's incredible work. It's really incredible because, all of you and I, we all read the scholarly journals. It's all very scientific and technical. And yes, court documents can be very technical as well. However, very rarely do I see things in there that are this important or that match the things that, I've been reading. So it's very exciting to see something this scientific just laid out there. And I think it's in a pretty easy to understand way. Miss Q says, I'll have to go back and watch them. I love your channel, Audrey. Oh, thank you, Miss Q. Yeah, there's some good bits in those. Yeah. And then, if you go back and listen or watch these, I read you a lot of this article, and it will really color in and support everything of what Bico was talking about in that motion eliminate to exclude Riley Nolan's testimony and use of touch and contact. Yes, I agree. Tanel says DNA needs to be regulated. 100%. Yep. Oh, Miss Q says Becca is coming for them with knowledge, and Taylor is coming with them with her big red pen, right? Totally. Okay, Backwood Beat says, I've been seeing this a lot with prosecutors lately. If it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. Used to be anything past the deadline didn't even make it to trial. What's going on in our system? I think our system has been slowly, slippery sloping into chaos. Because, like, if it's the workplace complacency between the judge and the prosecution, I think there's just this complacency where they have lost a little bit of I don't know. It's been running like that. Like, they're like, this is what they did before us. This is what we're going to do now. They can't imagine doing anything else. Sometimes I feel like they think they'll get laughed at if they try anything else, which could be true, but they've been doing things the same way for so long. I think it slowly and slipperily went in a direction that it wasn't really supposed to go in. Backwood Beat says, if he is on record saying this does not exist, then that is lying on record and shouldn't come in. Yes, exactly. Yes, I think Bigga is trying to say that. So hopefully Hitler will really take that one, excluding the terms touch and contact. I hope he reads that a few times. And yeah. I hope he realizes that this case is the exception to the rule. So he may not be able to, with all of his cases, because I know that judges don't like to, start any new case law or whatever, but to be realistic, I think no matter what he does, there's something that's going to happen from this case that will become case law. And I hope he realizes that it's going to happen inevitably with this case, with the exception to the rule. Miss Q. Miss Q says, I'm so glad Miss Potts recommended your channel. Thank you. And thank you, Miss Potts, for including me in your channel sometimes. That's so great. I'm really thankful of that. So these are so exciting times. I cannot wait to see the next steps, because even these fundamental steps that are laying the groundwork for a ripple effect that we can't even see right now, it's coming. And I've wanted this day to come for so long, especially in regards to this. So transfer DNA has been like my favorite topic for so long. That it is really exciting to see it get to this point. This has been a really long time, very slow moving, but it's here. Kane, welcome. How's Shredder? Good to see you. Okay. Let me see here, because I know. Yeah, I mean, our greatest minds got together in 2020, and in 2024, they published this 463 document on the process of interpreting DNA and quality systems on all the documentation that goes along with the actual looking at the biomedical, the genetic material works with that this is also a part of interpretation. It's also very important that the defense get all of this from all of the labs. Yeah, and like these labs have to keep up to date, and they have to keep having like consortiums, and so they can teach the field all the cutting edge techniques and then make sure that it stays current. Right, and they even talk about criminal justice partner education, much like education and training of forensic DNA analysts, the education and training of criminal justice partners is highly variable and localized, if available at all. Educating parent organization and criminal justice partner leadership. The United States currently has no centralized and accessible resource for training criminal justice partners on a wide array of forensic science concepts. They are likely to encounter in criminal cases. Under the current paradigm, training is mostly conducted by national or state level prosecutor, defense, or judicial training entities. There are a handful of programs that offer training across the board to all criminal justice partners, but it appears that none of the programs have a permanent funding source, and very few are focused specifically on forensic DNA analysis, much less human factors in DNA analysis. There it is, human factors. For example, there is an effort underway at CSAFE to develop an accessible online platform called the Scientific Literacy Project with various bite-sized forensic science deliverables for criminal justice partners. Oh, that's great. While not a replacement for the relationship building that occurs during local in-person events, it is intended to work alongside traditional programs by offering a convenient and universally acceptable resource for criminal justice partners to stay informed about current issues in forensic science, with a specific section focused on forensic DNA analysis. At the 75th Annual AAFS Scientific Conference, Jones and McClendon presented the results of a research project where they conducted a survey of how and where criminal justice partners are trained on forensic science-related issues. Based on the survey results, the authors recommended that criminal justice partners should receive training virtually when they need it, during local in-person events, to build relationships by dual structures to both gain scientific and legal perspectives. That foundations of forensic science should be taught in law school. High quality and accessible training and education of criminal partners would help to improve just and fair outcomes in cases involving forensic DNA analysis. The transformative nature of the criminal justice partner training initiatives is impossible to overstate. For this reason, the EWG supports efforts to develop, fund, and maintain high quality and accessible training in this area so that legal practitioners, judges, and other criminal justice partners can perform their roles effectively. This education should include the following forensic DNA specific content. And here it is again, a background on the TPPR. Transfer, persistence, prevalence, and recovery. That is exactly what Becca Barlow referenced this in her motion to exclude the term touch and contact DNA. It's just great that hopefully that the criminal justice partners will be taught that, including information on contamination, background data, and sample quality. The importance of using tools like Case Manager to reduce the impact of human errors in forensic DNA analysis. Videos of the analysts performing tests and interpretation processes. The challenges of interpreting forensic DNA mixtures. Considerations in assessing the suitability of forensic DNA profiles and existing inter and intra FSSPO, forensic service provider variability. The administrative and technical review process in forensic DNA analysis and examples of the type of issues, for example, contamination, data interpretation errors, difference of opinion. This process is designated to address historical errors of miscommunication and communication of forensic DNA results. For example, the use of the word inconclusive in reporting and testimony. This right here, this is another reason everything needs to be documented so that we have a basis of knowledge to know the historical errors of miscommunication in forensic DNA results. And the only way we would ever be able to pick that up is if that's documented, because not only do you document your protocols and procedures, you document your validations, and the kind of thing that Ortho and the state of Idaho has withheld from Brian Kohlberger. That is the kind of stuff that needs to be documented and available. Oh, look, here we go. Understanding the likelihood ratio and the verbal scale were used. So the likelihood ratio is comparing two hypotheses. It is not a question of identity. And yet the state is using that likelihood of octillion as something that's identity. So yeah, that's very good if there can be more training for the criminal justice partners, like, law enforcement, prosecutors, more than just the DNA lab analysts. All right. Also, they want to use understanding the information contained in model discovery packets. All right. And this is going to talk about licensure. They're going to have like minimum education requirements, application fee. Yeah, this is great. I think they should all have access to something like this, to have those virtual bite-sized, like little training modules so that they can be exposed and be around all this new information all the time. Let's see, it says here, since January 1st, 2019, Texas has required forensic analysts and technicians to be licensed in the forensic disciplines. All right. So down here, it says, as described in the Texas Administrative Code, the TFSC has authority to discipline a licensee who commits professional misconduct or otherwise violates the rule of order of the TFSC. The Texas Administrative Code defines professional misconduct as an instance in which the forensic analyst or crime laboratory, through a material act or omission, deliberately failed to follow standard of practice that an ordinary forensic analyst or crime laboratory would have followed. And the deliberate act or omission would substantially affect the integrity of the results of the forensic analysis. An act of omission was deliberate if the forensic analyst or crime laboratory was aware of and consciously disregarded an accepted standard practice required for a forensic analysis. So another reason to document and to share the standard of practice I forgot what I was going to say. Because like all of these things, even if they do deliberately act or omit something, it doesn't necessarily have to be completely punitive, because what it does is it helps the entire field as a whole to be able to have these types of learning opportunities. And if you're not documenting your operating procedures, it's going to be difficult to keep the management and to be able to grow the scientific knowledge of the field. It really stagnates when you don't write anything, that you don't document anything, like the state and Ortham said that they don't have the protocols. They don't have their standard operating procedures to provide, or some of the lab work or the testing or the analysis. They didn't have any of that to give them the defense for discovery. So let's read this fun blue box. It says recommendation 10.3. Parent organization leadership and criminal justice partners who regularly interact with forensic science service providers should understand laboratory best practices in order to accurately represent the scientific evidence and capabilities of the laboratory, reduce the risk of the parent organization or criminal justice partners exerting undue influence on DNA analysts, and appropriately allocate funding and resources for forensic science service provider operations. To inform this understanding, forensic science service providers should offer regular training to parent organization leadership and criminal justice partners on the following topics: quality systems, accreditation, undue influence, scientific limitations, laboratory reports, laboratory operations, laboratory leadership, laboratory independence, principles of interpretation, changes of laboratory practices, cognitive bias, and contextual information management procedures. That is all. Like, it's so important. This one says criminal justice partner management. The business approaches discussed previously in this section focus on internal operations. However, another important facet of organizational management is criminal justice partner management. Criminal justice partners include members of the criminal justice community, law enforcement, prosecutors, defense attorneys, and judges, and other members of the community impacted by the work produced by a forensic service provider. There are many different types of information that forensic service provider leaders can access to familiarize themselves with their criminal justice partners and understand the interactions they have with those entities and persons. Some options for gathering this information include surveys, feedback tools, meetings, complaints, and preventative and corrective actions. Leaders have a responsibility to understand the experience that criminal justice partners have when engaging with them. This requires leaders have an appreciation for relationships in their organizations with criminal justice partners. The influence this relationship has on forensic service providers, personnel, and opportunities for improvement presented to the forensic service provider through this relationship. Factors to consider include the influence of task-relevant information, case management and case acceptance practices, criminal justice partner training, reporting and discovery and public information requests. Forensic service provider leaders need to support the design of the process that are responsive to the criminal justice system's needs, with a focus on quality operations that emphasize transparency. Here's a blue box. It says, Recommendation 10.4, DNA administrative supervisors and DNA technical leaders manage complex scientific and business operations. To continually improve the organization's performance, these leaders should actively engage in essential business practices of operational management, including strategic planning, process improvements, human resource management, succession planning, quality management, and criminal justice partners. Institutional structure. In 2009, NIST report recommended that forensic service providers should be separated from the administrative control of law enforcement and prosecutorial agencies to support an independent resource to the criminal justice system. Since the publication of that report, several forensic service providers, such as Houston Forensic Science Center, HFSC, have achieved this independent structure. Private forensic service providers are also independent of the administrative control of law enforcement and prosecutorial offices. However, this independent structure has not prevented scandal or catastrophic failure, as in the case of the DC Department of Forensic Sciences, which has had an unfortunate history of systematic failures. Additionally, these failures go beyond the organizational structure to systematic issues that dependent structure, third-party oversight, and accreditation were unable to prevent. Understanding the importance of independence exceeds beyond organizational structure and is highly dependent on systems, policies, and practices in place that mitigate and limit the undue influence that being organizationally placed within a law enforcement or prosecutorial agency may have on the forensic service provider and forensic scientists. For example, private forensic service providers often face some of the same pressures that the public forensic service providers do, in part because they often serve many of the same customers. The National SA Kit Initiative, for example, resulted in tens of thousands SA kits being sent to private forensic service providers by law enforcement and prosecutorial agencies. Thus, this opportunity for undue influence to adversely impact the forensic service provider can also exist for private forensic service providers, just as it does for public forensic service providers. As a result, independent organizational structure alone does not fully circumvent the impact of these relationships can have on the operations of a forensic service provider. It is critically important that systematic measures are taken to support the independence and autonomy of the forensic service providers that go beyond removing these institutions from the administrative control of law enforcement and prosecutorial agencies. These measures include individual, organizational, and quality measures focused on supporting the objective use of science in the criminal justice system, regardless of the entity or individual requesting the analysis. Measures to achieving forensic service provider independence and autonomy include leadership engagement, risk management, awareness and understanding, policy and practice, transparency, organizational culture. Leadership engagement. Having an independent and autonomous forensic service provider begins with forensic service provider leaders. They play a pivotal role in the development and organizational culture, and the core value of forensic service provider autonomy and independence. The concepts of autonomy and independence need to be embedded in the quality system, which provides the structure in which all tasks and activities are completed. Leaders need to provide resources to develop systems, policies, and practices to support autonomy and independence. Employee empowerment and accountability are also key components and ensure employees have permission to act in support of this core value. Forensic service providers' leadership should support transparent operation both internally and externally, because this provides access to accountability to decision-making and forensic service provider operations. Forensic service provider leaders have a responsibility to be the first and last guard in support of independence and autonomy of the forensic service providers and their teams. Risk management. A way for forensic service providers to understand the potential impact of institutional structure reformation on the relationship between the customer or criminal justice partner and the forensic service provider is to conduct a risk management analysis of the forensic service provider operations with a specific focus on autonomy and independence. It is important to understand that the potential failure points in the forensic service provider system that are subject to undue influence on scientific decisions and forensic service provider operations. This can be achieved by establishing a work group that identifies the failure points, examines the interconnectivity of the systems, and recommends measures to mitigate these risks. These should be a cyclical process during which the impact of mitigation measures is equated along the determination of new or changed risks. Awareness and understanding of cognitive bias. Cognitive bias is a significant focus of research, and understanding its impact has played a pivotal improvement of forensic science. However, it's imperative that additional research on the impacts of bias on forensic scientists and forensic service providers continues. Increased awareness of cognitive bias within forensic service providers starts with incorporation of this topic into employee onboarding, continuing education and training of the forensic service personnel. These programs should occur on and alongside bias and include information covering the role of forensic science in criminal justice system, bias and its impact, ethics, quality system measures, addressing bias, and mitigation measures implemented in the forensic service provider. Increased employee awareness alone, however, is not sufficient to mitigate bias and undue influence. Forensic service providers must also assist forensic scientists in developing skills to mitigate their effects. Forensic service providers should strive to create an environment that recognizes and values diversity of views, including dissenting ones, as a way to, quote-unquote, check not just individual biases, but organizational ones too. Forensic scientists should be empowered and supported to alert both forensic service providers management and criminal justice partners of instances of suspected or perceived undue influence. Measures to mitigate these risks of cognitive bias must be incorporated into the forensic service providers' policies and practices. This starts with a quality system that supports forensic service providers' work product. Measures that have been incorporated into forensic service provider systems include context manager models and linear sequential unmasking. These processes ultimately support the goal of limiting task-irrelevant information. Some case information is necessary to formulate positions and triage cases. However, these individual assessing this information does not need to be the same analyst who performs the technical or interpretation tasks. Separating these tasks can be a measure to help mitigate bias. It is necessary that comprehensive approach is taken to achieve autonomy and independence, and that all forensic service provider personnel vigilantly support this culture and that it all entails. For example, of the Phoenix Police Department's case management procedure. Okay, it's a call-out box. I guess they're going to tell us about the Phoenix Police Department. So, the Phoenix Police Department uses a cooperative approach to forensic analysis between the detective bureaus, its crime lab, and the Maricopa County Attorney's Office to manage the cases that are submitted to the laboratory for analysis. The goal is to work together to provide investigative information to resolve cases and prepare for trials as efficiently and effectively as possible. Which I would imagine that would mean they would provide their operating procedures while recognizing, respecting the autonomy of each group. The Crime Lab implemented 2 policies to facilitate this process and partnerships: the Evidence Acceptance Policy and the Case Evaluation Policy. In addition to these 2 policies, the Crime Lab has a detective and 2 civilian investigators assigned to the laboratory to act as liaisons between the detective bureaus and the county attorney's office. The Evidence Acceptance Policy places limits on the number and types of items that can be submitted based on the crime type, while also stating that the Crime Lab will only process the most probative evidence initially. So the Forensic Police Department has a policy in place that they will place the number, a limit, and they will process the most probative evidence initially. So that would have been the blood on the handrail and the glove found outside. And this would probably be written down in their policy. For example, homicide cases are allowed 10 items for DNA per round of processing, while property crimes are permitted 2 items. These guidelines allow for more cases to be processed by the Crime Lab in a shorter time frame. The policy allows for additional items to be processed if there are extenuating circumstances that are approved by the Crime Lab, which would be this quadruple homicide. So that would, I think, would constitute for extenuating circumstances. And if this was just a general policy for this case in particular, they would allow more than those 10 items per processing round. For homicides, serial offenders, critical incidents, and complicated cases, the Crime Lab uses case evaluation meetings that are defined by the case evaluation policy. Case evaluation meetings bring together the case and scene agents along with subject matter experts from the different laboratory sections and often the prosecutor. These meetings typically occur a few weeks after the incident to allow the investigators to go through its initial fact-finding process prior to starting an laboratory analysis. During these meetings, an overview of the case is discussed along with the individuals involved, the evidence collected up until that point in the investigation, and the CODIS eligibility for those items. The discussion results in the identification of the best evidence to process in the first round that all parties agreed to. A formal document is created at the conclusion of the meeting that includes where each item was found, how it is believed to be related to the crime and suspects, and that all necessary standards have been collected for the case. This document is retained in the laboratory information management system for future reference and discovery. So this article is also talking about the private forensic providers, and that would be Ortham. So the fact that the state had said that Ortham doesn't have any of these things and they weren't provided to Brian. No, they're there. They were. I don't know. I don't understand. All right. Oh, we got some more. Importantly, SMEs who attend the case evaluation meeting are not assigned the case for analysis. The SMEs serve as consultants to contribute to identifying the best evidence that can be tested with the best scientific processes to generate information that may answer the question for the criminal investigation. The criminal incident, such as officer-involved shooting, the case evaluation is done on scene, so evidence can be processed in a timely manner and reports released to maintain department guidelines for transparency. The detective for the crime lab and the civilian investigators respond to the scene of the officer-involved shooting to assist the crime scene response, evidence transfer if necessary, and the crime scene processing. After evidence is submitted to the crime lab using the evidence acceptance policy, Ortham Lab, where's your evidence acceptance policy and case evaluation policy? Notes are documented on the laboratory request by the case management personnel for each section of the scientist to use for processing without needing to know additional information about the case. As the laboratory requests it receives in their their system. It's up here. Let me see it. It's like their online reporting system. Only the laboratory sections that need the case analysis are provided with that information. So the evidence about the case is not shared with every officer. It's a need-to-know basis in this lab. That sounds pretty efficient. Apparently, that's not how it works in Moscow. Most sections only provide instructions for processing to manage this information and flow of cases. The crime lab uses one detective, 2 civilian investigators, and 1 representative for each section. The person assigned to oversee case management is typically not assigned to process any of the evidence on the case. For CODIS administrators and DNA analysis, additional information is provided to ensure CODIS eligibility and that all applicable standards have been submitted. Standards. And so they document the standards they use to ensure CODIS eligibility. The prosecution did not document why the blood DNA profiles found at the scene were or were not eligible. But didn't that one time Bill Thompson say, to the extent the lab didn't test them, or the lab just doesn't have them? Ooh. In extreme time-sensitive investigations, the crime lab also has scientific response team. Policy. Oh, they have another policy. To bring evidence into the laboratory for analysis as quickly as possible. They waited an entire week to find, oh, there's a partial STR on the inside of this breast. Snap. They don't have a scientific response team to bring evidence into the laboratory as quickly as possible. This policy allows for some normal procedures to be bypassed, such as formally impounding items prior to being taken into the crime lab. Laboratory requests can also be generated in the operating system versus the department's record management system to expedite the analysis, which all those blood DNA evidence would have been expedited and documented probably in the majority of other police department and police labs. The comprehensive approach to evidence processing and case management used by the Phoenix Crime Lab ensures that the investigative information is provided as efficiently and as effectively as possible to resolve cases and get them ready for trial using the highest standards and quality. You would think a case of this magnitude, the state would want to get things ready and resolved using the highest standards and quality. Transparency. Transparency is another measure used to support forensic service provider autonomy and independence. This includes training and providing criminal justice partners with access to documents, reports, and resources to ensure they can obtain information they need. This can be achieved by publishing policies, procedures, quality system documents, and corrective actions in a web-based environment. This access is becoming more and more common with forensic service providers publishing these records on the outward-facing website. Well, Ortho doesn't have though. Shaping forensic service provider culture. Culture is integral to the forensic service provider's success in producing reliable, high-quality results. Ortho gave out the appearance, in my opinion, that their work isn't really that high quality because of all of the piecemealing of this DNA chain of custody. All right, so culture is integral to the forensic service provider's success in producing reliable, high-quality results and to personnel's overall satisfaction and well-being. Forensic service providers' leadership will significantly impact service provider culture, whether through conscious or unconscious influence. Figure 10.2 summarizes several competencies encompassing strong leadership. In the middle is ethics. There's forensic knowledge, forensic expertise, and on the outside, it says business acumen, decision-making, quality oversight, communication and consulting, relationship management, and leadership. Competencies needed. This is 10.2. Competencies needed by forensic service provider leadership. Does middleman have this? Organizational culture will reflect the values and practices of its members. Forensic service provider leadership must determine the current culture environment and whether it aligns with the vision and mission of the organization. Leadership is responsible for ensuring that the entire organization understands the direction and the cultural growth and the plan to get there. Organizational culture can influence a wide range of employee behaviors, including employee turnover, commitment to the organization, job satisfaction, ethical behavior, employee engagement. Forensic service provider leadership personnel must be cognizant of the forensic service provider's culture and take an active role in guiding it. A strong organizational culture emerges when forensic service provider leadership and analysts develop unified behavior, values, and beliefs. While their leadership is a driving force behind organizational structure, the structure itself influences every level of the employee work. Cultures built around ethics and quality of work will serve as a model for employees' behavior and attitude toward performing casework analysis. Cultures of teamwork and innovation help. This made me think. This organizational leader could speak to the organizational structure and how they value it and what kind of things their policies, and they could really talk about the organization. Is Middleman a scientist, or is he the organizational leader? So I don't know. Employees engaged in the future of the forensic service provider and provide a sense of ownership in the direction of the forensic service provider's growth. Forensic service providers can guide corporate culture by these following guidelines proposed by Goisbert et al. Articulate the aspiration. What is the organization's purpose? Why does it exist? Select and develop leaders who align with the target culture. Assure that senior management understands the culture and the organization is thriving and has individual leadership styles that support growth. Use organizational conversations about culture to underscore the importance of change. Keep employees informed about priorities and vision. Reinforce the desired change through the organizational design. Morale. Employee morale has a critical influence on the organization's culture and functionality, and forensic service providers, most of which are part of a larger law enforcement organization, political behavior or perception of political behavior can significantly impact employee job satisfaction. Political behavior includes hiring or promoting based on nepotism, and making policy decisions to appease collaborators, customers, contrary to best practices. Non-managerial employees tend to be more sensitive to political behavior because they have less control over their work environment. In highly political work environment, forensic service provider employees may not perceive their efforts and contributions as being appropriately recognized and rewarded, which may decrease satisfaction with colleagues, supervisors, or the organization or the job itself. Forensic service provider leadership can employ several strategies to counteract the perception of the workplace. Establishing a clear strategic vision allows employees to feel more involved in the workplace decisions. Other pressures may not serve to improve practice, including case-specific pressures, like high-profile cases where forensic service providers have failed to take appropriate bias-reducing steps, or where those steps have nonetheless failed to prevent inappropriate pressures from reaching the analyst. How forensic service provider leadership approaches these challenges will impact forensic service providers' personnel's acceptance of the changes. Therefore, leaders must recognize that different pressures may require different means to incorporate changes in a workflow. So this is called risk culture. Risk culture is the shared attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors of an organization's employees' risk towards risk. It is the way that people in an organization think about, talk about, and manage risk. A strong risk culture is one where employees are aware of the risks that the organization faces, are willing to take calculated risks, and can manage risks effectively. A culture of transparency, accountability, and open communication promotes identification of potential risks before they become problematic. One of forensic service providers' leadership's primary responsibilities to reduce risk, to ensure appropriate standard operating procedures are implemented after validation and represents the best practice and best available technologies to the extent possible. I don't know if Ortham could show that. Standard operating procedures that change too frequently can cause stress. Standard operating procedures should be consistent throughout the multi-forensic system service provider systems, soliciting input from all participating forensic service providers. For example, the Texas Department of Public Safety created an advisory committee for the technical leaders from each forensic service provider in the system, with a strong rotating chair. Working in collaboration, the board decides how to validate and implement new techniques and technologies. I feel like that could be in the standard operating procedures to explain how Ortham validates and implements new technologies. One way to encourage a culture of open communication is risk mitigation, to allow analysts to have input on strategic vision of this forensic service provider. This can promote personnel buy-in on new projects, such as deciding which technologies over techniques to prioritize for validation. By giving analysts a voice in how the forensic service provider is run, they are more likely invested in the success of their own work. This feedback can be used to identify areas where the forensic service provider can improve and make sure that the forensic service provider is operating in a safe and efficient manner. Non-punitive error culture. In developing forensic service provider culture, leadership has the critical responsibility to ensure they handle errors appropriately and only use punitive measures when necessary. A non-punitive error culture is a work environment where mistakes are not punished. Instead of, they are seen as opportunities to learn and improve. Forensic service providers can most effectively manage errors when focusing on the system itself, not the individual. If forensic service providers' personnel are afraid of being punished for mistakes, they are less likely to report them. Failure to report errors can lead to downstream issues as undetected mistakes that may not be identifiable and remedied in time to prevent a deleterious event. You know what? Like working in a lab could be like stressful sometimes because you're probably working. Well, they shouldn't really know about details of the case, but it looks like the Phoenix Police Department, they have like employee wellness protocols in place, because that can contribute to error rates as well, to make sure that the employees are treated well. Yeah, this goes into lighting. Wow. I mean, it really, like, I guess this is really important too, to make sure the employees are treated well, because it's a whole systems approach. This systems approach is wide. Standard recommendation illumination levels for different visual tasks based on age group. Common social activity and large stimuli or high contrast tasks. Visual task performance requirements are relatively low. Space can be work related, including gathering spaces and waiting areas. Let's see, ages are over here. Where did that go? Here, the choice of illumination level and light locations is critical and will vary according to the visual task being performed. That's really cool. It says the spectrum of sunlight and the light produced by overhead of artificial lighting often differ, and overhead lights may emit a slightly bluish or yellowish hue. Differences in the spectrum of light produced by artificial light sources can affect how color of natural objects and materials, such as blood, may appear to the human eye, and therefore can affect detection or identification of a sample. Oh, that is interesting. The differences are captured in the color rendering index, CRI, of an artificial light source that is included in its technical specifications. The color rendering index is a quantitative measure varying between 0 and 100 that expresses the ability of light source to reveal the color of objects compared to a standard light source like sunlight. Lights with higher CRI values render color more accurately and are desirable in color. Critical applications, such as the evaluation of trace or biological evidence. Wow. I guess it does matter what kind of lights you have in a laboratory. The ability to control room illumination level is important for workspaces where alternative light sources are used to examine evidentiary items for trace or biological evidence. An observer's ability to detect the fluorescence of bodily fluids illuminated by alternative light sources may improve at lower illumination levels depending on the fluid. Dimmable light sources, dedicated rooms, and room darkening shades allow analysts to adjust the light levels to optimize their visual performance during these tasks. Inappropriate levels or substandard light placement may cause glare and visual discomfort for the observer. In addition, prolonged use of electronic devices such as a desktop, a laptop, tablets, and mobile phones should be avoided because this can cause digital eye strain. The ocular symptoms of digital eye strain include blurred vision, double vision, fatigue, and redness in the whites of the eyes. Some of the non-ocular symptoms that result from behaviors that occur to compensate for digital eye strain, for example, sitting and standing with poor posture when trying to improve the perception of digital documents, include neck stiffness, headaches, and backaches. It is increasingly necessary to interact with the electronic devices and screens regularly for professional and recreational tasks and activities. So the need for intervention strategies to reduce digital eye strain continues to increase. Evidence of the effectiveness of designed digital eye strain interventions is mixed, likely reflecting the complex and heterogeneous set of symptoms reported by impacted individuals. Some options to avoid digital eye strain include adjusting lighting levels, adjusting the position of the screens, customizing screens, for example, contrast, luminance, text size, screen resolution, taking regular breaks from screens, and adding filters to reduce glare and block blue light emitted by screens. Through the effectiveness of blue blocking filters remains controversial. Research also suggests that the systems of the digital eye strain can be reduced when individuals look at distant objects, for example, beyond 20 feet for 20 seconds after every 20 minutes, and viewing a digital display, also known as the 20-20-20 strategy. Wow, what do you think of that? They do stuff with lighting. That's depending on your lighting. That could influence how you interpret the biological material. Yes, Twiz. Twiz asked if I got my real internet. Yes, I did. Oh, I've been back for a while. Twiz said that at 10:04. It's 10:29. wait. Twiz says he had to Google YouTube Orange and he uploaded it himself. That is so cool. I do like your new orange. And now has the same cute orange. All right, I'm going to take one more look at this because it's getting late over here. I'm going to talk about noise, distractions and interruptions, air quality, ergonomics. Well, segmentation of tasks, like as an assembly line. Oh, there's just so much to read in this. You know, I thank you all for coming. I am tired. I'm really excited about everything that we did today. Thank you, everybody who's here. Thank you, replay crew. Everybody have a good night. And remember, we all had a sneak peek of the article that Becca Barlow referenced in her motion. Yeah, because we're all DNA stars. Good night.